Нормально до цього відноситься, нормально сприймає озвучку через цей озвубляж, через досвід піратських фільмів 90-х. А також кажуть, що у нас, можливо, через те, що відсутні навички швидкочитання, а також присутня зачарованість картинкою, коли людина хоче більше звертати увагу на те, що відбувається на екрані, ніж фокусуватися на той текст, який з'являється внизу. От жовтий сектор інфографії. Інфографіки – це дублювання та озвучка. Як бачите, більша частина нашої території належить до таких. Наступний слайд. Деякі країни, такі як Британія, Ірландія, Нідерланди, Португалія, Польща і переважно Балканські країни, вони дублюють дитячий контент та високобюджетні блокбастери, а решта фільмів йде із субтитрами. Якщо не помиляюся, Корея та Японія також дотримуються такої версії. Тепер помаранчева зона, так звана змішана зона. Вони використовують дублювання та субтитрування рівною мірою. До них віднесли Болгарію і Туреччину. Інформацію я брала з Вікіпедії, насправді. І нарешті у кольорі фуксія. Це країни, які іноді роблять власне дублювання, але зазвичай використовують дублювання інших країн. Це, наприклад, французька, нідерландська у Бельгії, російська у Білорусі та чеська у Словаччині. Наскільки я, в принципі, чула, переважна більшість країн СНД все ж таки мусить відноситися до цієї зони, тому що вони в основному використовують дублювання Росії, тобто російську версію. У подальшому я говоритиму саме про дублювання. І, будь ласка, не називайте дубляж озвучкою. Це практично смертний гріх. Це, приміром, так само, як назвати перекладом творчість Google Translate. Щось таке. Отже, дубляж чи дублювання. За лаштунками кожного фільму, дубльованого фільму, стоїть потужна армія, і переважна її більшість невидима. По-перше, це актори дубляжу. Вони завжди лишаються за кадром, але завдяки їм наша аудиторія бачить фільми Голлівуду українською мовою. На щастя, вони зараз виходять із тіні, їх люблять, знають, пізнають. Режисери дубляжу. Їхнє завдання так підібрати кастинг, щоб результати з запису голоси, психофізика та гра акторів склали гармонійну мозаїку, максимально наближену до задуму оригінального фільму. Звукоінженери – це люди, які годинами незрушно сидять за пультом і пишуть увесь фільм пореплічно. І переписують по кілька дублів, слідкують за технічною якістю, полірують кожне слово, вирізають оті слюні, про які говорили, цокання, свист і інші артефакти. Далі у нас інженери міксу. Вибачте. Вони нас недолюблюють. Інженери міксу. Вони беруть записане і, звіряючись із оригінальним принтмастером, це оригінальна доріжка фільму, додають до діалогів різноманітні обробки, зводять це докупи з музикою та шумами, так званий трек M&E – музика та ефекти. Тому що українська версія мусить бути подібна і за своїми технічними характеристиками також. Координатори проєкту наші, біднесенькі. Їхня нелегка місія – скоординувати роботу всієї команди, скласти графіки запису, забронювати студії, мікс-студії, Dolby для перекладу, для міксу, для запису, для потім показу мінкультам і нашим прокатникам, і вести переписку із замовниками. Іноді вона дуже-дуже нудна і страшенно виснажуюча, але при цьому вони мусять залишатися абсолютно дипломатичними, стриманими, приязними, тому що творчі люди страшенно вразливі. І таким чином, лишаючи поза увагою працівників бек-офісу, у нас також працюють юристи, бухгалтери, фінансисти, IT, трансфер-менеджери та інші. Без них процес просто неможливий. Ми дістаємося нарешті альфи та омеги дубляжу. Це наші перекладачі. Насправді, це не всі наші перекладачі, лише ті, які вийшли із тіні. Просто в мене немає їх фотографій з Фейсбуку та інших соціальних мереж. Одразу хочу зауважити, що перекладачі фільму, як і студія дубляжу, не мають жодного стосунку до перекладу назви фільмів. Це виключна робота відділу маркетингу, прокатників, тому що лише вони можуть знати, як краще зайде переклад того чи іншого фільму. Так що ці всі питання не до них. За загальною думкою, найкращий дубляж – це коли аудиторії здається, що фільм було знято, в нашому випадку, українською мовою. Давайте подивимося, яким чином це досягається. У перекладача є 3 ідоли. Це зміст, це синхрон, це дедлайн. Кожному з них він приносить криваву жертву свого таланту, своїх можливості, зусиль, часу, і ніхто з них не може бути обділений за рахунок іншого. Отже, по-перше, це зміст. Перекладений текст мусить бути найближчим еквівалентом оригінального, враховуючи смисли, стиль та емоційний рівень впливу на цільову аудиторію. І це лише для початку. Давайте розглянемо ці складові докладніше. По-перше, смисли. Ми мусимо передати їх якнайближче до оригінального твору. І тут недостатньо знати просто точні значення слів, адже всі ідіоми, метафори, порівняння і гра слів, вони всі мусять знайти свій відповідник у перекладі. Це цікаво, але страшенно важко, особливо коли контекст абсолютно незрозумілий. От, наприклад, у нас був випадок, трейлер до фільму «Персонаж». Там такий досить неоднозначний персонаж. І я не знаю, чи видно вам, що написано? Так? Супер. І у нас лише його вигляд і лише оця фраза. І як її перекладати, ніхто не міг пояснити, що він мав на увазі. Наш перекладач знайшов прекрасний відповідник, який до того ще й лягав як у персонажа, як у його характер і в його губи, тому що він говорив на передньому плані. Другий складник – це стиль. Мафіозі не мусять говорити як аристократи, а школярі – як професура у вишах. Ще є геймери, толкієністи, фізики, нейрохірурги та інші. І перекладач повинен дослідити і знайти характерний наш український сленг, такі вирази, точні терміни, щоб, по-перше, переклад звучав природно, і щоб кожна категорія сприймалася своєю випадковим глядачем, який на цьому розуміється. Ну, якщо, наприклад, зайшов нейрохірург між своїми операціями подивитися якийсь фільм. Величезним викликом для нас, для перекладачів, є акценти та діалоги. У звичайному житті ми дійсно не настільки часто зустрічаємо україномовного француза або німця, щоб відрізнити його від угорця за його вимовою. Найлегше, коли в оригіналі задіяні російський акцент. Це нам дуже легко відтворити. Наприклад, в оригіналі фільму «Дедпул» отей величезний металевий такий дядько, якого звали Пьотр, він говорив з дуже різким російським акцентом, і нам було дуже легко його відтворити. А ми ще задіяли, це перекладач запропонував вимову нашого колишнього легітимного пана Януковича. А у фільмі «Диво жінка» за задумом режисерки Петті Дженкінс амазонки говорять із легким амазонським акцентом. Це було прописано у скрипті. Будьте ласкаві, відтворіть. Наш перекладач його відтворив. А ще у нас бувають чудові обмеження у вигляді копірайту, коли ми або повинні використати вже існуючий переклад, який ніяк не лягає в ці губи, які на екрані, або навпаки. От, наприклад, у фільмі «Толкіен» всі знають цей термін «Middle Earth», але ми в жодному разі не могли використовувати його популярний переклад «Середзем'я». От ні, і все. Тому що такий копірайт. І тому в фільмі у нас звучить «Серединна земля». І це зовсім не тому, що перекладач не читав Толкіна і не знає, як воно переводиться. Просто копірайт. На жаль, таке іноді буває. На кожен сеанс, на превеликий, на жаль, не поставиш пояснювача. І ще такий цікавий факт. На початку ХХ століття у часи німого кіно у Японії існувала окрема специфічна професія бенсі. Не плутати з Бенксі. Це своєрідний посередник між двома цивілізаціями. До самих 30-х років всі фільми крутилися в обов'язковому їхньому супроводі. Українською мовою це слово можна перекласти як балакуна або базіка. І словники дають більш коректне читець-перекладач, що розважає публіку під час перегляду німих фільмів. Вони пояснювали японцям не досить зрозумілі всі жести або вирази американських акторів. Причому вони пояснювали їх на різні голоси. Антагоністів вони пояснювали басом, а героїв-коханців якимось там ласкавим тенором. А при демонстрації особливо складних стрічок чи якісь найбільш популярних використовували іноді кілька бенсі, і це був такий собі прототип дубляжу, але вже наживо. Третій складник – це емоційний рівень. Це означає, що, наприклад, жарти мусять бути смішними навіть для нас. Якщо в оригінальному тексті досить незрозумілий стриманий британський гумор або нестримні ганально-генітальні американські веселощі. От, наприклад, всі дивилися фільм «The Gentleman» в українському перекладі. На жаль, я була трошечки обмежена у виборі прикладів найбільш нейтральними варіантами. Тому отак, «It's time for you to fuck off, let's» і «Don't stroke my mouse here». Воно було перекладено отаким чином. Дуже мило, правда? А от жорстка лайка, яка досить часто зустрічається в американських фільмах, вона мусить бути не тільки адекватною та передавати потрібну напругу ситуації, але й мусить узгоджуватися із позицією шановного Мінкульта та не менш шановних наших прокатників. І до того ж, лайка – це такий дуже сильний виклик, що перекладач мусить подужати, тому що в українській мові фактично немає матюків, які не українського походження, які українського походження, маю на увазі. Всі матюки у нас запозичені, як правило, тюркського походження. Ми можемо використовувати пані Ставицьку, але не завжди ці варіанти можуть звучати із великих екранів. Тобто, от у нас був такий виклик, один з викликів у фільмі «Дедпул», перший, сам фільм «Дедпул». «To have us fucking a shoe filled with piss». Щоб це прозвучало більш-менш нормально для української аудиторії, щоб нас, скажімо так, щоб у нас не було проблем, перекладач знайшов такий відповідник. В принципі, абсолютно нормальний. Як два бомжари, які пердолять обіцяні чуни. Я, правда, зустрічала в іншій території, було перекладено, вони трошки перекрутились, як два бомжари у їхньому перекладі, які пердоляться у обіцяних чунях. Я, скажімо так, наполягаю саме на цьому варіанті, він більш правильний, це принципово, як на мене. А це були наші прекрасні титри. Я просто їх зараз буду показувати сам титр, а потім переклад. Douchebags. Просто рідкісний паршивець. Asshats. Продюсери-козляри. God's perfect idiot. На жаль, ми не могли використовувати ідіоти, тому що це один з діагнозів, і це просто не вітається в нашому перекладі. Казковий довбоконик. Дуже миле слово. До речі, мушу згадати, перший фільм – це був фільм виробництва російського, тому він йшов російською мовою. Це зробила Ніва Фільм, і я дійсно просто щиро вражена ними. Тому я їх поставила перед своїм виступом, і щоб заспокоїтися трошки, я навіть забула окуляри зняти. І тут в цьому випадку російська версія просто перевершила нас, звісно, перевершила навіть не у перекладі, а у тому, як вони його подали. Вони подали начітку цих реплік голосом типа Володарського. Це було настільки круто, мені дуже жаль, що ми до цього не додумалися. У нас були просто субтитри. Зустрічаються такі просто вигуки. Вони звичайні, але перекладач може з них зробити дещо смішне. Отаким чином. І отак. Це класно. З моєї точки зору. Але, якби нам замовили так звану літачкову версію, airline version, цього фільму, то усі ці дотепні знахідки нам довелося б каструвати і виправити на беззубі толеровані реплічки, бо лайки та слова на кшталт смерть, катастрофа, згадки про Бога, чорта, сатану та інше просто неприйнятні у даному форматі. Літачкова версія – це фільми, які крутять у кінотеатрах. О, Господи, Боже мій, перепрошую, у літаках. На щастя, це лише додаткова опція у деяких замовленнях. І нарешті ми з вами наблизилися до синхрону. Це така ліп-синк той самий. Як ви чули у цьому забороненому капуснику, і, до речі, після того, як, просто вони не мали права цього робити. Дійсно, всі ті люди, які роблять фільм, їхні імена, вони приліплюються у кінці навіть музики, тобто вже на чорному тлі, і це дуже якось...
Dійсно, всі ті люди, які роблять фільм, all those people who work on the films
приліплюються у кінці навіть музики.
are credited even after the music is played at the end of the film. And this is such a shame, whereas the creator of that film, they were punished because they were abandoned by one of their clients. As you heard, lip sync is like God. Everybody knows about him, but nobody has ever seen him. For this video, the lip sync was ideal. And I see that there was some lag between the soundtrack and the visual sequence. So there must be a match between how the lines are articulated. The length of the translation should equal the length of the original. The only exception being the following. Sometimes there is a voice-over line, or the character turns his back on the audience. Sometimes these exceptions are acceptable, but still exceeding lengths are discouraged. If a translated line is longer than the original, you need to make sure that the beginning or the ending doesn't overlap with some sort of sound effect, such as an explosion, or sometimes there's an overlap between the lines of other character. The go-to option for the translator is to repeat this line over and over and tweak it until it fits perfectly with the original length. Vowels articulation must be as close to the original as possible. If they say cucumber, we can't say apple because it doesn't fit. An R must remain an R or A or E, and vice versa. Ideally, O is O, or sometimes A. What can you do? U must be U or U, but never I or E. There's a limited number of options for those vowels. For example, if a soldier is crying air, we can't really render this as povitra. Well, you clearly see why. We can say lahai instead if you pronounce it really quickly. And finally, articulatory stops. Oh. Look at the top right-hand corner. You see a letter there. The full stop sounds are b, p, m. Incomplete closures have v and f. And the mismatch in these sounds is obvious to the audience. So simple things become challenges, such as help, for example. Well, apparently the translation is really clear. It says "допоможіть" in Ukrainian, but no. Because help, a very open vowel, whereas "допоможіть" doesn't fit at all. There is no perfect solution, but sometimes you can replace it with the word "рятуйте," and you need to make the emphasis on the final "e." Make sure you pronounce it really fast and emphasize "e" at the end. Admittedly, this word is critical in terms of content. Help has one syllable. In Ukrainian, it's 3 syllables. And usually, they yell it in a close-up. You can see the face very clearly. And you can see the lips closing on P. Another option is something saying like help, and then whimper in the end. We also have a different word. It's called gwalt. I mean, the audience doesn't receive this word very well. We didn't actually do the research. We didn't do a focus group or something, or a survey nationwide, but we asked the film providers, and they didn't want to have this word. They preferred "рятуйте," for example. We have a word in Ukrainian "fajno" as an equivalent fine. Is not an advisable option for a Ukrainian audience. Now, a separate entity is translating poems and songs. Because on top of all those constraints, you have rhythm and the rhyme. This sounds like Mission Impossible, but it actually isn't. It actually is possible. In year 2010, our translator translated film that is... there were only 25 minutes, actually. The Shrek's Christmas, that was called. And it's a poem from the beginning till the end. Look at other examples. The Book of Life, Rio, Trolls, and Smallfoot, released recently, give or take. And our thought god is the deadline, and this is a fearsome god. You have the international release date. No matter what happens in a separate country, you need to hand in the film 2 weeks minimum before the international release, so that digital copies can be made, so that this can be shown, and the Ministry of Culture can give its consent. Well, sometimes we do have times to give 2 or 3 weeks to the translator, and then we do review during 1 week, and then a couple of weeks to record, and a couple of weeks to do the mixing, and then coordination, but this doesn't happen, or happens once in a blue moon. Sometimes you have the preliminary version, because we hardly ever get final versions, and there are multiple preliminaries, and the translators translate it without putting the time codes. What is that? On the left you see the original, on the right you see the translation. Well, some text and then some piece of translated. We're not authorized to show work in progress here. You see the original lines, and they're broken down in smaller bits that would be comfortable for saying You have character names, and before them you see 00, that is minutes, dot 55, that stands for seconds. Sometimes there's only one preliminary version, and there's no final version. So the go-to version is the preliminary for a translator, and when the final version of the original is received, the translator revises his translation accordingly and inserts the time codes. But sometimes the schedule is very tight, and the customer wants to see the preliminary translation. Now, I'm just going to read this bit, just going to make you laugh. But this is how it really happens. So you get version P01. The translator wants with P2 because he knows the context. And then you get P2 version, the translators translate. Dubbing is made based on P2. Then P3 is received. They removed half of the recorded lines, but added another half. The translators translates the new scripts, remove the old materials. Actors are called again. Warning that this is not the end. The document is re-recorded. No. When the bulk of work is done, you get P4 and the P5 next day, where they remove the part of old lines P3, but added some of the P1 materials that were originally recorded, but they removed. And when the coordinator calls in the actor for P4, you get the version P6, which is a mix of previous version plus a couple of scenes of so-called home porn. And the customer is detained on some border. And then in a week you get P7. The translation sends the translation, thereby cursing us and placing us under his eternal damnation. The team's hair goes white. And then you get the final version. And then you get the final version. And then the first night where we invited the translators to make sure that everything is over, and the next day you get P9, the so-called director's cut. This is the dubbing director after the last stage of this brilliant process. I'm done. Hopefully, my content was meaningful for you. In addition, translating for dubbing is a form of art and is a separate, very important profession, without prejudice to other profession. There were times where brilliant literary translators attempted it, but failed it in view of enormous constraints that are inherent to this type of work. Yet our team of professionals is expanding, and this art lives on. Thank you so much for listening and for responding. I was extremely nervous, actually.
Do we have any questions?
Yes. Я задаю Алексей.
Alexei, please.
Дякую вам.
Thank you so much. Where do I stand? I want the best sound, so I'm looking for the best spot.
Я просто побігав під сонцем уже.
I'm a bit overheated, dehydrated under the sun. So now I have my questions about the obscene language. You mentioned correctly, rightfully, that some genitals are named and sex-related words, but sometimes we use similar words in translation. We were taught to do so. You are talking about dubbing so well, and it's exciting to hear all that. At some point, you said that we had only the pirates doing the translation of the games and localization of the games. Usually, you get such assignments, translation assignments by hackers. You usually get this hacked file and the long line of all the utterances in original language. And this is a wonderful training for simultaneous interpreters as well. My question now about the film providers. I used to do such translation for films as well, and this experience of mine is really precious to me because now I have this skill of compressing. The douchebag was. Thank you for the equivalent for douchebag, Johannitzban. Then again, douchebag, I recalled this great thing about articulation and adaptation of text when you have to fit the lip movements of the actor on the screen. Douchebag, svolota in Ukrainian, it's wonderful and juicy equivalent. My question. You say the film providers know better. And I remember that when you submit your translation, you have been thinking hard over each and every equivalent. And their feedback sometimes is devastating. Do they study NLP, or is it a rhetoric question? Or I'm just wondering, maybe you know it. And I'm supporting your interesting Ukrainian equivalents. I was trying to be as tolerant as possible when providing the equivalents. Thank you, Irina. Thank you so much. Okay, we will fix it in a moment. Dear colleagues, a small announcement. We had a small complication here. We are banned for screening Avatar, hacked Avatar version. I would like to thank our partners from MediaStream. They've been assisting us for many years. Now the translation is back online, on air. Unfortunately, the opening ceremony will be available in recording only later. Now, let me give the floor to Anna, who is going to introduce the next keynote speaker.
And now we continue to English, as now we are finally opening our interpreting track. And we are happy and more than ready to welcome our keynote speaker, Jonathan Downey. And by the way, just the moment that we asked him to participate, he was super willing, and he was willing to come here to our camp. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible this year, but we still hope that we'll be able to invite him in person someday. So anyway, in case you are wondering who Jonathan Downey is, he is a consultant interpreter from French to English, English to French. He is a researcher. He's also an author of 2 books on interpreting. Their titles are Being a Successful Interpreter and Interpreters versus the Machines. He is also the Scottish voice behind the Troublesome Terps Quartet, which is a very interesting podcast on interpreting. If you haven't listened to it yet, I highly recommend it. They discuss lots of relevant topics, and they have lots of very interesting guests. And without further ado, I would be happy to welcome Jonathan here. And hi, Jonathan, can you hear and see us?
I can hear you. I can't see you because of the technical setup, but I could see you earlier, so everything is good.
Okay, so how's the weather up there in Edinburgh?
It's actually very sunny. Yesterday I started running for the first time. So the weather is lovely, but I don't think I'll be enjoying it too much. My legs are too sore.
I see. Well, we hope that a bit of our summer vibe just goes up there as well, because we also have very sunny morning. We have just started, and we're eager to listen to you and what you have to tell us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to deliver this virtual keynote, and I can't help but notice the contrast between you all enjoying the delights of a typical translators and interpreters conference in Ukraine, and me sitting in a house in Edinburgh with a window by my side. I really miss the atmosphere of conferences, but I am aware of the power of technology to bring us much closer together than we could be otherwise. And that is, as we say in Troublesome Terps, a nice little segue, a nice little route into the subject of my talk. You know, before COVID-19, and before coronavirus was even something that most of us had heard of, it seemed that there were two big threats to interpreting globally. The first was this idea that everyone speaks English, and I may touch on that a little bit later in this presentation. But the second perceived threat was the march of machine translation, machine interpreting, what I'm calling here automated speech translation. The reason why I'm calling it automated speech translation and not machine interpreting is that if you look at how it works, it's not actually providing interpreting as we would know it. It's providing translation, but turned into speech. And while that's not something I'm going to go in deeply into in this presentation, it is something that I pick up in my book, which you heard mentioned earlier. There is a direct link there that will take you straight to the website where you can buy a copy. Everything that I'm going to say is either from the book, inspired by the book, or inspired by the experience that led me to write the book. And so without much further ado, I would like to do something which speakers don't like to do. Traditionally, speakers like to give you a nice, slow introduction. We'll show you some mountain pictures. I want to do something called cutting to the chase. I want to get straight to the problem. When I'm doing research, they teach us that the quicker you define your problem, the better things will be. So let's start with Waverley Labs. Waverley Labs is a technology company, probably the biggest company outside of Google and Microsoft, trying to make machine interpreting solutions. They're the biggest in terms of the fact that their fundraising has raised several $1 million twice. First, they did crowdfunding for their device called the Pilot. Then they did more crowdfunding for their newest device called the Ambassador. And their claim, as you can see from the slide here, is that we can now say goodbye to language barriers. If you would like to look up their advertising on YouTube, their YouTube channel has lots of videos telling you how, because of their devices, you can now learn any language at the click of a finger. Ironically, I'm unable to click my fingers. I don't know what that says. But the point is that they are telling the world that their devices have erased language barriers without the need for human interpreters. Whether their claims are correct is subject to debate. Certainly when I quizzed them on the data behind their claims, they weren't ready to share it with anyone. They weren't even ready to share the testing protocols with anyone, but that doesn't matter. We're in a world now where truth and actual facts matter less than what people can make the facts say, and Waverley Labs are convincing many people to give over money and buy their products. Then we have Google, and I'm sure that phrase, "then we have Google," has been said thousands of times over the past 3 years. Google are trying something new. The reason why I talk about automated speech translation and not machine interpreting is that traditionally, and in the majority of cases, machine interpreting, as we might call it, is done by the computer listening to what you're saying, turning that speech into text, sending that text to a standard machine translation system, and then taking the text produced by the machine translation system and turning that into speech again. In other words, automated speech translation is simply translation with audio. Google have a new system, well, it was new last year, that aims to completely break that model. And their new system is called Translatortron, and it takes the waveform, the mathematical representation of your speech with no text, and turns that into a new waveform, a new mathematical representation of the target language without any text being involved. In other words, it goes straight from speech to speech. Technically, that's an incredible feat, but again, they haven't released their data publicly. They've just released snippets and expected us to believe that that's what the algorithm did. But it is a breakthrough because it aims to make you sound more like yourself in any other language that you speak. And it's taking seriously the arguments that the experts have been making for years that any automated speech translation system that ignores intonation is missing out on a large percentage of the content. But for our purposes, for the purposes of discussing raising the profile of human interpreting, we have to know this exists, we have to know the claims they are making, and I would like to invite anyone here who's taking notes to look for this blog post and to do an analysis for yourself of what they get right about interpreting and what they get wrong about interpreting. And lastly, we have a delayed innovation. The Olympics were supposed to take place this year. Like many things that were supposed to take place this year, they're not taking place this year. But for the Tokyo Olympics next year, Japanese technology company Fujitsu are supplying all of the doctors in the hospitals with speech translation systems to hang around their necks. The idea behind this is that the doctors can't possibly be expected to learn the language of every patient who could need treated during the Olympics. Neither can we expect sick people to suddenly become fluent in Japanese, so let's have a device that does the interpreting for them. Now again, this makes a lot of assumptions about what medical interpreting is, about what interpreting is as a whole, about what the technology can do. But it does answer one of the key questions about interpreting now, which is how do we scale interpreting? How do we make interpreting available wherever it's needed to whomever needs it when they need it? It's not traditionally a question that we've asked in the profession. It's a question that technology companies are asking. And if we don't provide that answer, they will. And so we have this issue where technology companies are telling the world that they're going to replace us and that they've already got the technology to do so. And what is our answer? Well, our answer is a question. Our answer is, what do we do now? What do we do in response to that challenge? The first thing that we do is not to talk about quality criteria, but to go to our clients. I took this photograph, it's probably one of the prettiest photographs I've ever taken, at a show called The Meeting Show. It's a gathering of people in the events and meetings industry who come to London every year, again, not this year, and they have a convention and they talk to each other. I go to the Meeting Show regularly. Last year I went to a show called International Confex. At that show I made it my aim not to sell, but to listen to as much of the training that was going on as possible and to talk to as many people as possible to find out what was going on in their world. One of the things I found out is that the trend towards English-only events is beginning to reverse. A director of an events management software company was pleased to tell people that they're seeing a trend towards events in a number of languages instead of English, events in local languages. They are seeing companies who no longer want all of their staff to be trained just in English, but to receive information in the language that they speak every day. That's not necessarily an open invite for more interpreting for various reasons, which we might have to go into later, but it does mean that the fear that we had of being replaced by everyone speaking English only was fundamentally unfounded. But we only learn these things if we're in the world of our clients. To paraphrase or to use the phrase of Chris Durbin, a famous translator, we need to spend more time in client land. And what does that allow us to do? Well, fundamentally, it allows us to land new clients. I was on a flight to a board meeting for my national association, and I was reading the magazine of the now no longer flying airline Flybe. And in their magazine, they talked about issues to do with international business, and I realised that they were talking a lot about international business, but nothing about how interpreters enable international business. So I pitched to the editor, and to cut a very long story short, I ended up with a 3-page article, which is still online, in their magazine. The article lasted longer than the airline. What are you going to do about it? But this article, I pasted on every social media feed that I possibly could, and the managing director of a translation agency said to me, "Oh, I noticed that you know how to do consultant interpreting work. Could you do that for us? Our favourite client has an interpreting event, and we're a translation agency. Could you do could you be the consultant on this job?" So I then became the consultant interpreter for this job for a very large French brand, for a very good agency, on the strength of an article that I wrote showing that I understood what businesses needed from interpreters. That's the marketing side of things. But there's also the public relations, the raising awareness side of things. In 2018, I started going to events on exporting. And my national government, the Scottish Government, are very keen on getting people to export. It could be something to do with that strange thing called Brexit. I don't know if anyone's heard of Brexit. But I was at this exporting event. And again, it was lovely, but they didn't mention anything about languages. So I wrote this blog post saying how wonderful the event was, but that they hadn't mentioned languages. To cut a very, very long story short, I end up at the offices of Scottish Enterprise, the Scottish Government's business development agency. And again, to cut a very long story short, I ended up delivering a webinar for their international trade advisors, people whose job it is to advise businesses on what they need to do to export, on what they need to do to trade internationally. This webinar was then seen by the chief executive of the Scottish Centre for Language Teaching, who invited me to be on their panel of experts at an event they were running on languages for business. Being in the room with people who might need interpreting at some point led to being in the room with the people who were advising businesses on international trade, led to delivering a webinar, which is still on their website, which in turn led to being seen as an expert. As wonderful as it was for me to be seen as an expert, what mattered more was the fact that suddenly translation and interpreting, and especially interpreting, were topics that people of influence wanted to speak about. Does anyone in your government want to speak about interpreting? Does anyone helping businesses in your country realise how important interpreting is for exporting? If they don't, who's going to help them find out? Who's going to tell them? Who's going to let them know? But what is it that you do? That's a really obvious, silly question. When I first began freelancing, I lacked clients. And I would take on just about any work that I was vaguely capable of doing: translation, interpreting, proofreading, editing, checking. And so I went networking within the first couple of years of me beginning freelancing, and I went to this networking meeting, and someone said, "What do you do?" And I said, "Anything you'll pay me for." That's not a good answer to tell people what it is that you do. That could have all sorts of results. But what is it that you do? If I were in the room with you and I shook your hand or bumped elbows with you, we're not allowed to shake hands now. If I bumped elbows with you and said, what do? You would likely say, I'm a translator, I'm an interpreter, I'm a subtitler, I'm a dubber, I'm whatever. Is that what you do? Before you answer that, I want us to look at 4 key marketing messages, because often we talk about what we do in a way that doesn't make sense to anyone outside of our industry. The most basic marketing message is that translation or interpreting, I'm going to concentrate on interpreting, makes a difference, hopefully a positive one. That's the level of public relations, helping people know that we exist. The Chartered Institute of Public Relations in the UK says that public relations is simply about improving your reputation and managing your reputation in front of whichever audience or audiences you're interested in. Do important audiences in your world know that interpreting makes a difference? Then there's how to ensure it makes more of a difference, and this is what I call client education. Client education for me is not us wagging our fingers and saying, you need to do it this way, you need to do it this way, you need to do what we tell you. No, client education is understanding the ways in which interpreting can be made more effective and more efficient, more cost effective even for clients, in a way that doesn't compromise on the end result. Client education is working with clients to get them the best service that they can get in a way that will be acceptable to them. Then there's the level of marketing, which is where we start targeting a specific sector, a specific set of businesses, and say, here's how it can make a difference to you. We cannot do marketing if we don't understand the difference that clients want us to make to them. What difference do our clients want us to make, and how can our interpreting make that difference? And lastly, the level which I'm still not great on is, here's how I can deliver that difference. Sales is all about you as an individual winning the client, you as an individual being able to sign that contract. That's where you have to stand out individually and ask for the sale. The reality is that most of the time, in most places, we're only going to be doing the first 3, and the 4th one comes eventually. The audience gets smaller for each of the 4. Public relations is any publics. Client education, we have to know roughly what the clients are trying to do with interpreting. Marketing, we have to know what they want it to do. And sales, we have to be able to deliver it for them. So in those terms, what is it that you do? What difference do you make? Instead of telling people your job title, I'd like us to practice telling people what our job does for them. Do you help people make money? The number of people I have met who are afraid of saying that we help people make money, but if you're a marketing translator, if you're an interpreter at sales events, that's why you're there. Hans Vermeer, a famous German translation theorist, says that accuracy, or said, he's been dead a long time, he said that accuracy only matters in as much as it's necessary for the purpose of the translation to be fulfilled. In other words, accuracy only matters because if we're not accurate, the thing doesn't work. It's not important for its own reasons. It's important because it helps clients do something. Do we help clients make money? Do we help clients save money? What's the cheapest way to get interpreting? Do it right first time. Do we help people save time? How much quicker is it to have an interpreted meeting where people understand each other straight away than it is to try and muddle in 4th language English? We're entitled to say to clients, we help you save time. Do you help clients avoid legal action? If you're working in legal interpreting, you might not feel comfortable talking about how you help clients make money or save money. But if your interpreting wasn't there, would they be more likely to be sued? Probably yes. So say that. Talk about how professional interpreting means that legal processes can go quicker, can be more effective, can be more efficient. Talk about that. Does your work tangibly change lives? I've stopped translating for about 3 years now, but when I was translating, one of my most strangely enjoyable translations was a translation on digging toilets in parts of Africa. I know that people's lives were changed because of that, because now their hygiene is better. I did volunteer interpreting once where my interpreting enabled people to understand and to raise money for a group of people whose only economic activity was selling their wives and children into prostitution. If your interpreting tangibly changes lives because you do it well, that's what you should be saying. So what is it that you do? Probably one of these 5 things. And it probably needs to be said in the words that your potential clients are using, not our terminology. And so we come to an incredibly common mistake. Go to any interpreter website, go to any translator website, and you'll see something like, I have been passionate about languages from a young age. At the age of 20, I enrolled in the university of whatever it is. I have a passion for languages. And? No one wants to hear about your work. Outside of agencies, no one really cares about your specific QA processes. In fact, they might have a different meaning of QA than we have. No one wants to hear about your background unless it's really relevant. They want your help to do their work. Imagine going on a date with someone who ever only talks about themselves. You wouldn't go on a second date. If in our websites, in our work, in our outreach, we need to be talking a lot more about what our services can do for clients in terms they understand, than we talk about how great we are, how many degrees that we have. Don't make that mistake. That leads into a similar mistake from Julia Poger, well, not from Julia Poger, that Julia Poger pointed out, when she said on Twitter, it's a very rare colleague who talks about the pain points event professionals could feel if they didn't use us, rather than just talking about quality and avoiding globish. I know we have a presentation coming up on quality and interpreting. My position is that 99% of the time, the word quality is a problem. Instead of talking about quality, we need to start talking about the difference that we make. There's a whole load of research that I could go into about the issues with quality, but we shouldn't primarily be measuring quality with numbers. We should be measuring quality with what happened next. What did our clients think? What happened because of our work? Juliet is right. We need to be talking about the pain that people would feel if they didn't have great human interpreters, not how great we are on some metric or another. To beat the bots, we have to be better than them. It sounds kind of obvious, but here are some ways that we have to be better than them. I've used the word quality again when I said I'm profoundly uncomfortable with the word quality. But my definition of quality, if I have to have one, I'm using it because it's a word that we use between us. My definition of quality is across the entire process. From the first time a potential client is in contact with you to the last they ever hear from you. What's their experience? We're competing against software companies who are saying that you can get interpreting at the touch of a button with no preparation, with no sorting out, with no contracts. We cannot and should not try to deliver that. So what we should be delivering should be so high quality, should be so wonderful, that the entire process feels like it is worth the effort of sending briefs, dealing with invoices, dealing with paperwork, dealing with flights, dealing with accommodation. The process should be incredible. That's what I mean by quality. From end to end, everything should be amazing. We have to be more relevant. We have to be more specifically aiming at the actual pain that our potential clients are feeling, the actual issues that they're dealing with. The way that we talk about interpreting, the way that we market interpreting, the way that we sell interpreting has to sound like it's coming from someone who knows their sector. We have to have a better vision than the bots. What does it mean to have a better vision? Go on the website of any company selling automated speech translation, and you will see a vision. It's a vision of a world where a tiny device linked to any smartphone can make you fluent in any language at the touch of a button. It's a vision where language barriers disappear. It's a vision where travel isn't restricted by your linguistic knowledge. It's a vision of Star Trek come to life. What vision are we selling? We can't sell the vision of a tiny device inside your ear, nor should we. But what vision are we selling? What does the world look like with expert, incredible, powerful, relevant human interpreters? I can't give you a vision for interpreting because the vision that I have for human interpreting may not be fully relevant to your context, but you have to have a vision. The vision that's going to convince your potential clients isn't my vision, but yours. What does the world look like with incredibly powerful, wonderful human interpreters ready when needed? What does that look like? And we have to be delivering better results. At this point, I know many colleagues who would get profoundly uncomfortable with me because they will say, it's not our job to deliver results, that's up to the clients. To an extent, I agree with them. You're not the salesperson, you're not the director, you're not the speaker. Well, we can discuss the last one. But, and this is a big but, if your interpreting is not making a difference to the event, why are you there? We're all aware as interpreters how our individual decisions can cause people to understand better or to misunderstand. Where we aren't selling the product, our interpreting can make the product sound attractive, or it can make the product sound awful. While we aren't lawyers, our interpreting can make the question understandable to the witness or incomprehensible. We can, in our interpreting, sound persuasive, convincing, emotive, powerful, weak, vulnerable. There is an extent to which the results of the meeting depend on us, because if they didn't, we wouldn't be there. So the results of human interpreting must always be better than the results of automated speech translation. On the day that human interpreting is not delivering better results than the machines, human interpreting can be replaced by the machines. And so we come to a rather disappointing conclusion. It's disappointing because everyone that I talk to about the future of human interpreting and machine interpreting and automated speech translation wants me to forecast the future. People say to me, so does your book tell us whether we'll be replaced or not? And I say, no. Actually, if you read the book, it presents 4 potential futures, ranging from the machines taking over to human interpreting being the gold standard. My capacity to forecast the future is limited to my capacity to forecast human behavior. And I don't know about you, but I think humans are rather unpredictable. And so I want to leave you with this thought that I want to develop slightly before I open up to questions. What if the future of interpreting is not fixed? What if the future of interpreting hasn't been written yet? What if the person 2 meters to your left or 2 meters to your right or 2 meters in front of you or behind you has as much control over the future of interpreting as any technology company? What if the secret to raising the profile of interpreting in the shadow of automated speech translation isn't at all to tell the technology companies to be quiet or to wait for an association to do it? When I was on the board of the Institute of Translation and Interpreting in the UK, I lost count of the number of times people would say something like, the association should do something about. We had a chair at one time whose favourite response to that was to say, okay, I agree. Would you like to do it? We all agree that we need to raise the profile of human interpreting, that human interpreting needs to be better known, better respected. Many of us would probably say that we want to be able to finish our careers without being taken over by a smartphone. Okay. What are you going to do about it? That makes this presentation profoundly uncomfortable for a number of reasons. Number one is that, I don't know about you, but I often go to conferences and enjoy sitting in the presentations and taking notes, but I very rarely use those notes afterwards. Recently, I came across notes from a conference that I went to about 4 years ago, and I don't think I had looked at them since. Oh. Let me give you a suggestion. Today, I would like you to note down one thing that you can do if you're an interpreter to make your services higher quality, more relevant, producing better results for your potential clients. You may not be able to travel to their events. Their events might not be happening, but they're probably online. How can you find out more about the pain that your clients are feeling? How can you make your interpreting more relevant to them? How can you improve on the interpreting that you're providing so that it's better than any machine can possibly do? I'd like to invite you to note down one thing that you can do practically to make your services created in a way, delivered in a way that cannot be replaced by machines. It really is, and I emphasize this, it really is over to you. I'm trying to do my best to get into client events, to talk to potential clients, to talk to key people, to work with government agencies. Good. What about you? What can you do today? What can you do tomorrow? What email can you send? What website can you go on? Do something. Do something. The future of interpreting hasn't been written yet, but the future of interpreting, the profile of interpreting, is dependent on the people sitting around you in the room. It's dependent on the people listening to this via the web stream. It really is over to you. I deliberately wanted to leave lots of space for questions. Again, there's a book link up there. If you have any questions, I'm going to flip to the feed where I can see the video. So, thank you very much. I should be able to hear you fine. Feel free to throw some questions at me.
Yeah, Jonathan, thanks a lot for such an inspiring speech. Even though it's not the first time that I was listening to you, still, every time I get some takeaways. So if anybody has any questions, I think that you could even ask them in Russian or Ukrainian. I could interpret them back to Jonathan. I mean, after all, that's what I normally do in real life. Or you could do that in English.
Jonathan, hello. Thank you very much for this inspiring, really, report and all the information you've provided, especially the overview, the one that you've provided in the very beginning of your briefing. Thank you, because I was really too lazy to do that myself, and I was very fortunate to hear it from you. Now, and my question really relates, I guess, more to this introduction that you had in the beginning of your speech. The American Association of Translators, they once had a kind of a publication, and it was a big one. And like somewhere in the middle, they were citing a Washington Post article that says, well, I can't recognize every word that was used, but the idea was that if I would be writing a letter to my distant cousin that I never actually remembered properly, then I would use a machine translation or something like that. But if I do something that is at least remotely connected to my business, then I would definitely use a translator. Now, you've described a lot in the ending of your speech about the future possibilities. But if we are trying to split the interpretation and the translation part of the job, well, that was an introduction to my question. And the question is, do you think, or how much time do you think the translators, this is one question, and / the interpreters have? Do we have one more generation until the machines would be able to translate just as good as the interpreters and translators? Or do you think this will never happen? I know you've already tried to answer that, but if I would ask you for a specific answer, okay, like we have a generation, can we send our kids to be trained as the interpreters or translators? What's your point on that?
That's usually the question that's a question that I asked people in Geneva last year. My take on that is twofold. One, I think increasingly the market is going to change. I think human interpreters are going to increasingly find themselves in more and more premium, high-risk settings. I think our standard, anything that doesn't have a risk of things going horribly wrong is going to eventually go to the machines. Anything that's routine, anything that is predictable, anything that you can get a large corpus of text towards is going to go to the machines. I heard recently of a technical translator who lost their job because their company realized they had such a big corpus. The machine translation was as good as a human. On the other hand, at the moment, machines cannot do emotion, they cannot do context-based decision-making, they cannot do humanity. Until computers can be humans, there will be space for humans to interpret, and there will be space for humans to translate. But that means that we have to put humanity at the core of what it is that we do. So how long do we have? I don't know, probably longer than we think. But I would say that different areas will drop at different times. I think technical translation will probably be affected first. Repetitive translation will go first. And then gradually we will see things changing. But at the moment, I'm not seeing artificial intelligence get to the point to where it's fully human. And I'm very suspicious of the claims that it's going to get there in 10 years because they have been shown to be based on flawed data.
Okay, thanks for the answer. I think Andrew was asking because he himself has 2 kids who are now at school. So, I mean, it's natural to worry about their future, of course. And we're also wondering.
I have 4 children, so.
Yeah, I know that, yeah. So, more questions from the audience? Anyone? Oh, you do? Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan, one more time for your speech. I'm a person who wants to work as an interpreter, and I wonder what can you recommend for me to do, or any exercises, any life hacks to improve English skills and to become an interpreter. So just a usual question from a beginner, and I really do want to hear the answer from you. Thank you a lot.
So, the important question with that is, what kind of interpreter do you want to be? I don't agree with the separation of interpreting into settings, but I would say that interpreting in legal settings tends to have different requirements than interpreting at many conferences. For conference interpreting, there are wonderful books. There's a book called Conference Interpreting by Andrew Gillies. There's some wonderful exercises out there, but what I would say is that whatever interpreting you want to do training. Preferably formalized training. If it's for conference interpreting, I would try to find a university, if your language pairings allow, that is in the SUTI list. SUTI represents some of the highest levels of conference interpreter training. So get the skills first through training. But at the same time, I would say get to know an area that you would like to interpret in. So if you want to go into legal interpreting, find courts that have a public gallery that you can sit in so that you can see how courts work. If you want to do business interpreting, look at hanging around business events so that you can see how businesses work. Find a sector that you want to get to know, that you want to interpret in, and spend time there. While I'm disagreeing with the separation of interpreting into, legal interpreting, medical interpreting, conference interpreting for various reasons that I won't go into, I do agree with interpreting in different sectors and in different contexts being different. So get to know a sector, get formal training, and really push yourself from an early stage in matching your interpreting skills to a market somewhere.
Okay, we have another question. Could you please bring the mic to Alexei?
Hello. Greetings from the interpreting team over there, and I'm one of them, and I'm ecstatic to have colleagues like this sitting here and the people in the industry around. You should be here next time, seriously. Yeah, we'll sprinkle the coronavirus with something very soft, but it will disappear like the gnats here. There are no mosquitoes here. I can't believe it. So I have an industrial-related question. Sorry for this introduction. You were saying about the interpreter being available on the touch of a button in your mobile phone. And I've been curious for about 6 months now with this exact idea of interpreting available like a taxi, like you order a taxi, an Uber app. And I found 2 apps, and why I was looking, because I was scared because of this crisis, and everything kind of went dead for a month or 2, and I was, scared crapless. So I started looking for these apps that are available online where you can order an interpreter. And they said interpreter, which I meant maybe they are doing simultaneous, because now the only option to do simultaneous in an online event is via Zoom, because they have an excellent algorithm and a encoding algorithm that is really good. But other than that, not so much. So I was looking, and I found 2 apps. Maybe because I applied for a job there. What I did, I found their contacts, and then they said that we are hiring. And if you're an interpreter anywhere in the world, you can apply. So I did. And it took me a month of kind of email exchange. I sent my CV over to them, and they were responding, okay, if you want, you can, here's an online, like a survey or questionnaire you have to fill out, and then it's done. I'm there, I'm hired, but I'm getting no clients, 0. One of them is Genie, maybe you know it. It's literally like Genie, like out of the bottle. And it seems to be a Chinese enterprise. And it took me a month. They were quite specific in their questions about my career. And then I had an interview online, 6 a.m. in the morning, with a great Chinese guy who really knows his linguistics and translation, but there's zero clients. They claim they specialize in medical clients. Like somebody is in an emergency room and he speaks Malaysian or something, and urgently you need someone. Because I was running around scaring my clients a year ago. I was kind of going wild in my fantasies, and I thought, well, someday maybe, it's going to be, we have to be available like a taxi, like right now here. And my clients were scared. Don't tell me about it, please. It makes me very uncomfortable to think about that future. So that's what you described. Another one is day interpreting. It's a US-based company, and I applied there too. You can find them. It's not a product placement. I'm just sharing the stuff. And zero customers. I experimented. They said the hiring person. Sorry for taking this long. I think it's useful for us to know what to expect. And they said, well, you just push your button available for interpreting and sit and wait till somebody will need you. Then the call comes through, and there are 5 available interpreters online. The algorithm automatically selects someone. If someone is not available within 5 seconds, it selects another one, and then it exhausts the list and so on. So my question is, have you heard about them? Have you tried any of them, or do you know customers who used it and how well that was? Like a taxi, or was it horrible?
So
thank you.
There's 2 things going on. One, I had the opportunity to chat to some founders. So I chatted to a company that were in an early stage of developing an app just like that. And by the time they'd finished talking to me, they were very, very sad. Because fundamentally, there's a problem with that model. And that is getting the interpreters is an issue, but also it falls into this no man's land between cheap human interpreting and free machine interpreting. And my take so far, and certainly there should be a new episode of Troublesome Terps coming out where we had the head of a company called Wordly who delivers automated speech translation for events. And basically, they were saying that they're seeing this kind of fast-reacting medical translation as a place where machine interpreting could come in, because all you're really needing is, who are you, what's your name, are you responsive, what's wrong? Certainly, I know already that many health services already have phone interpreting in place for that. And so these kind of taxi-style apps, they look like they should work, but I think fundamentally the market is a lot smaller than they think it is, because there's automated speech interpreting on one side, automated speech translation on one side, and on the other side, there's established phone interpreting. So they're challenged on both sides, and I could see that the company might make a profit, but I could see it being challenging for interpreters to get it. The other thing is that there's a difference between Uber and a taxi company. So, one day we're told that we'll all be going around in autonomous vehicles. So you get Uber, taxi companies, buses. Buses we all expect to turn up at a certain time. Uber and a taxi company, we expect that we can phone up or go on an app and it's there. The selling point is convenience. If I want to book a private jet, I'm not expecting to go to an app and have a private jet pull up at my house. If I'm booking a limousine, I'm thinking back to my wife and I celebrated 15 years of marriage recently. When you book a limousine, you don't expect to book a limousine on an app and have it just turn up in front of your door. There's an experience that you expect. And so I think actually as human interpreters, we should be thinking about, yes, there is a need for interpreting that's just there at the touch of a button, fine. And there may be a place for human interpreters to supply some of that, although that's going to be a high-pressure market. There's going to be some automated speech translation there. There's going to be phone interpreting there. What about the limousine market? What about the sports car market? What about the market of people who actually, the most important thing is that this gets done really well. If you've got a negotiation for a contract, you know that, if you try to get a machine to do it and it's free, that free interpreting is going to end up costing you more money than a human would have anyway. So perhaps rather than us thinking, how do we get into the interpreting like an app market, or how do we deliver our services in a taxi way, and we can think about that. What about thinking about what are the clients who are going to want interpreting like limousines? And is it just possible that the taxi interpreting, the Uber interpreting, is going to make more people familiar with interpreting and grow all of the markets? Certainly, I've heard people say that about translation, that the march of machine translation has meant that more people can access translation and that there's more people in all areas of the market. I don't have the studies to show it, but I've heard people say that. So what about thinking in that way about interpreting? What about thinking, I could be an Uber interpreter if I wanted, but maybe I should be a limousine interpreter. Maybe I should be a private jet interpreter. Where do you want to position yourself, and do you know enough about the people looking for that kind of service that you can actually deliver it? I know myself, I'm not yet able to deliver private jet style interpreting, but it's where I want to go. So I want to learn enough about my clients to be able to deliver it. And I need to find out what clients are in that space and what are they going to be looking for.
In Lamborghini, in terms of quality, because coming back to what you said, your star, your shining star should be your quality, how good you are. And basically then what we have now with these apps who have zero problems is it's just a marketing problem, it's not an interpreter problem. So they have to just work their way in a new market and start offering their clients, okay, we have this online app, and they just do the marketing. And the interpreter's job is to be good at it, and that's it, right?
And there's a big question mark over how good an interpreter can be if they don't know the situation. But that's a whole other story. Let's not go into that. But that is an issue.
Yeah, I think that we should finish up on that. And I think that becoming a real private jet interpreter is something we should all aspire for. And I'm thankful for everyone who has been with us here at this morning's session and who has listened to our keynote speaker, Jonathan Downey. Please give him a round of applause. Yeah, thanks for being with us today, and we hope that you'll be able to join us next year. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we have a group photo on the agenda, so don't run away just yet. And I guess we'll be gathering here, and the organizers are going to tell us where to sit and what to do. Thanks again, and you have a lovely day, Jonathan.
Thank you. See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ну что, друзья,
Okay,
сейчас у нас пришло время для группового
dear
фото.
friends, now family photo time.
Где наши фотографы? Фотографы мобилизируются.
Our cameramen are about to come closer.
Вдруг там
If anyone is busy in a distant area of the campsite, join us, please.
мы сейчас сделаем фото.
We are going to have a family photo right now.
Я посовещаюсь с нашими фотографами.
Let me convene with the cameraman how we do that in the best way.
Дима, расскажи, как мы будем размещаться?
Dmitry, can you tell us where everyone stands
Хорошо, то есть мы
so that we have a beautiful picture? Okay, two first lines and couple of bags in front.
И like a boss получиться на всех фотографиях.
You can pick your sitting bags and feel like a boss. Which one do I pick for myself?
вы оплатили? Это тоже ужин.
Мы оплатили с ним.
Вы оплатили, да?
Спасибо. Потягаю трошки самоліт. Верстальники то будуть DTP Specialists, я предлагаю. Desktop Publishing.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. We have just listened to two wonderful presentations about dubbing and interpreting. The next presentation is going to feature the translation industry and aspect. I'm giving the floor to Václav Yehornov, and that's an honor. He works with Russian, Ukrainian, and English. He's ATA certified translator, American Translation Association, I mean. That's his specialization: agriculture equipment, photo and video equipment. And he is a wonderful photographer, by the way. His presentation is called "You are an editor or you have been edited, the technical and quantitative aspects." Every translator is well aware with the situation when you translated a text and you get the editor's file of your translation and you don't see the notes, or you are receiving a feedback. You have another scenario where you have a high-profile client and you want to do as good as you can, and you have this QA procedure, or you want to point to your colleague where they have made a mistake. You can do it through Word tools or Trados Studio tools. But there are also some other interesting approaches to this process. Quite often they are free of charge and available, easily available. So Václav will tell you more about that. Thank you so much, Olga. I have now extra time because you have covered main ideas of my first slide. Okay, let's move on. First of all, I would like to start with a disclaimer. It's standard procedure. I'm not going to give you a comprehensive overview of all the tools available. If you have some approaches that you have invented, please join in and share with us. And I'm sure that this editor's work is very finely differentiated from being sentenced for a murder. So this kind of vocation is not suitable for everyone. Nonetheless, I hope you will find something interesting in my presentation anyways. What do people say in any case when they are edited? I have been edited. And it always depends on the way you receive this edited file, whether it be PDF format without any clues what the editor wanted to see in that translation, or it's a Word file with change tracking where everything is as clear as possible. Roman Bulkevich have spoken here already about the philosophy of editing. There is recording of his last year presentation on that subject available, and you can watch this recording on the website of UTIC. So now let's look closer into the practical aspects of this work. The first case is very typical. You have this bilingual XLIF file. It's quite standard, but they forgot to track the changes, whereas you need them. I would like to mention MemoQ here because it's quite convenient for this kind of work. So you can draw up this changes. You can put them together on your own. This is the easiest way to do it. Apart from this approach, you can also simply use this import review document tool in MemoQ. You can change it to any format you need. If you have no computer at hand, or something similar, but you still want to see the changes, our Ukrainian colleagues, the Protemus company, have developed this convenient tool, Track You Auditor. You can use your phone, mobile phone. You can open the Dropbox, and there you will find this form, which is easily viewed at your mobile device. This is an example with the agricultural text. This is how it looks. These developers have developed Change Tracker first. Now they have been giving that at their website. Now they are doing it on as a separate application. So it's worth using. At the end of this week, we will meet the developers in person here, and I will talk to them anyway about this issue. It's quite a convenient tool, I have to admit. Or another scenario, your customer sends you a Word file, and you would like to see the changes. Using this compare button in the Russian interface, you will see every single bit they have changed. We must not forget about this standard tool, but sometimes it happens. One more type of scenario. You have done everything. Everything is beautiful. Your DTP specialists have done all the setup of the final leaflet. You see the final version. They call the process proofreading. We call it the final proofreading, whatever. And you open the file, you see that some subtitles have disappeared, some are distorted, and the worst is whenever you print in or enter your notes into these small windows, it's going to take you an age, a lot of time. There are a lot of standard phrases that could be used to simplify the work. There is specialized software which use the shortcuts. The best of them would be Phrase Expander. I'm not scared to take the less easier path. Flash-based is my choice. I have created this folder with PDF commenting. Practically every standard phrase is there. I mean, any phrase I would need to comment for the DTP specialists, where they need to shift the line or to change some ending of the title, to change the letters, lower, uppercase, whatever. Not to break down the word like multi-channel into 2 lines. Back in the days, this program was free of charge at the website of Give of the Day. I've been using this software for about 5 years. I guess it's quite sufficient in terms of the tools I need for editing. My next case would be as follows. You have received a couple of files for work, and out of those you need to share all the edited or changed words. The Trados Studio does have this functionality to merge files, to merge. Here you see it as create view, and then you can use filter by terms. Here you see transactional later. So the program would show all the segments containing this term so that I could edit them. Trados Studio does have these functions, but that's appeared quite recently, whereas MemoQ has been using it, has been providing this for quite a while. Now again, merging files. Once we've done that, you can then export this text as one file as an RTF. You can later edit it, and then you would face no problems with seeing the changes, the editing. Next case. That's pertaining to the previous presentation, the subtitles. Sometimes we do need to edit these subtitles. Sometimes, if you did the editor's work, you might need to see what exactly you changed, and you would be willing to see the highlights. This is the merge software developed for text files, for any text files. We see the background highlighted. I mean, every changed phrase is highlighted. We see the background highlighted. Here we see there is this folder with initial files and the target files. They might be either same or different. If they are different, on the left side hand you can see this option to look at the changes. More than that, you can edit what's been edited already. If you really see there is something wrong with those edited files.
And you can save the comparison results in this normal format, standard format, the HTML format. You create a report is generated. You can merge those reports and submit those to the customer to show that this is what I've done. Apart from the separate files that have been already edited, there's a comparison table that you can use to see what's been in there originally, and then what was the result of your edits. And let's come back to the change tracker app. If we need to merge all the changes from a huge number of bilingual files, so there were 100 billion files that were edited, and then there were the original files that you have to introduce changes to. The normal CAD systems, they allow you to create a changes report for one file, but to do that for several files or to all the files in the project, you unfortunately can't do that yet. So the old program called Change Tracker, you can see there's a file folder with the old files, the folder with the new files, and this program generates a quite straightforward spreadsheet with all the file names and with all the changes that happened in there. If you can see, learn about more doesn't work as a proper translation for discover more, obviously. Right. The developers of this program, I'm going to ask them to again bring back from retirement, because it's a huge savior for everybody who works in this field. Normally, of course, there's a huge number of other programs, other formats, and should any of you have a question, or maybe should any of you want to share their experience in this area, please, you're welcome to join. Other than that, that's my brief presentation. It happened to be so brief unexpectedly, so you're welcome to ask any questions, any concerns. Good morning. Thanks for your speech, for your presentation. My question is, as a translator, from a translator's point of view to editors, can you let me know, is there a line that we can draw between the responsibility of a translator and the responsibility of an editor? For example, there's a practice that when foreign companies, foreign organizations submit their files to us, the edited files, and they leave the final word, final cut to us. So if a translator does not agree with something, some edit, but they can do whatever they can, but this is my responsibility and this is my final say as a translator. This is my final say. So I don't agree with any of the edits. It's my responsibility and I take it. So where is that line? Where would it be? Where would that border be? And once again, in your presentation, you've mentioned that there are certain items that are missing from the translation, for example, and and this is submitted to the translator to be confirmed. Oh no, that's sent to DTP guys. No, that's the proofread version, that's the final version. Okay, so the translators do not have any part to do with that. Yeah, it's me who's the translator. I am, as a translator, what I'm doing is I receive this PDF file from my customer, from my client, and I'm telling to the customer's DTP people what to do with this final file. So still the question remains, where is that line between the responsibilities, between the areas of responsibilities of the translators or editors? So what's the point when you can say that the translator has done his job and that's it? So I was on both sides of this river, and I have to say that the responsibility remains all the way until the very end, remains shared. It's a shared responsibility, and it depends on how well organized the processes at the customer's place are. For example, as we mentioned before, a translator does something, then his results are submitted to the organization passes it to the editor sends back his edits, and the translator has his final say to agree or disagree with those edits. And it's either the end of the process and the text goes into production, or there is a second iteration of this, when the translator indicates that I've done these changes and these changes here and there. These are going to the editor, and the editor can say whether he agrees or disagrees. But there's a variety of cases. For example, for technical documents, marketing documents, it sounds pretty simple, pretty basic. But if it's some sort of a psychological survey or some sort of sensitive document like medical records or some kind of stuff like that, in that regard it changes the case dramatically. You could often encounter cases when there's 3 translators who translate their material, then somebody else edits it, then it's back translated to the language, to the source language, then it is confirmed or approved or signed off, and after that a certain group of people is acting as a focus group for this survey, so that you can identify any concerns, any things in these materials. Then those survey results come back, and only after that this medical or psychological psychological survey is released to the public. It can take several months, and at no point of this process you can say, right, this is it, my part is done. There's always a possibility where your additional corrections might come up. Somebody might ask you to add something or remove something or change something. I know people who do this in the medical area, in the medical sector, so this is a case there. Normally, there's no such thing when a translator can just submit his work and say, right, I'm done here. Unfortunately for the translator, he keeps this responsibility up until the very end. One of my customers with this DTP case here, sometimes you have to proofread the files that have undergone the DTP process, because there are all sorts of mishaps that might happen at any stage. Normally, after this, that's it. Once the DTP people introduce their corrections, that's it. But still, the client has the final say, and they can always say, right, we've added something, or we've done something with this file. This happens too. For example, it might be some sort of a sensitive speech of a CEO, or a presentation of a CEO, or something like that. Some speech of some big wig for example, an award of a bid might depend on. That will go through a lot of iterations. The presentations will go through multiple stages. There will be questions asked, and it carries on up until the very end. Any more questions? Thank you. Thanks, Václav. My question is maybe more a question of an editor to an editor who has been edited. If you receive some sort of marketing text from an editor where you can definitely know that there is no way of translating it, certainly, because it has to be a selling text, and the editor says, right, I don't like this style, I don't like your way of putting this into words, and you've passed some sort of a test, or as a translator or as an editor, and you've passed that test, so you're approved, but still you receive edits like saying, like, this is not readable, this is not the selling text. Just recently I've received a comment when me and my colleague were working on a book on burial services in airlines. It's a manual, and one of the key comments from the editor was about sentences being too long, and do something about those sentences. But the thing is, those more than half of that book is contains quotes from ICAO regulations, etc., etc., and they have to be really accurate to avoid any sort of legal activities afterwards. So if half of the text is formed in the source text is in those long sentences, it means that no way you can split those into sentences. And after we've rebutted those comments, we've agreed on the fact that this is going to stay the way it is. Long sentences stay long. But like if it's a general comment like, right, this won't do, it doesn't work that way. I normally, in replies to such comments, I normally say, I normally ask to produce a couple of files so that we know exactly what you mean by that. What do you want from us? Please be more specific about the nature of your comments and corrections and concerns. Without that, unfortunately, there won't be any proper dialogue. Like, can you paraphrase it in a certain way? Can you change the wording or something like that? Well, if they ask you to change the wording to deal with that, there's still a quite useful tool that is called comments. You can add those in Word files, in PDF files, so that they can write out, at least in a couple of words, the nature of their edits, their concerns. As a translator who works with technical marketing materials, you still have to use terminology. So you cannot just generate those texts, those translations in like general words. There has still to be terms. The terms still have to be used, because you might want to like Google those vehicles or those devices or that equipment. When I was working with photographic equipment, quite often I had to return the translations to the translators, because when it came to technical specifications, an editor should not be removing technical stuff, like if it's a diagram or a focus distance, that still has to remain, or something else. Still has to remain in that marketing text, because it has to correspond to the content. Has to be similar, same to what the message was originally. I hope that answered your question. Any more questions? Thanks for this beautiful overview. My question, maybe it's not just me who deals with this on a daily basis. The well-known cross-platform capability. Just to explain from my experience, part of my translators who are in-house full-time translators, some of them work on MacBook devices. Well, it's a technically rather serious point. The easiest way is to launch Windows through the Parallels app, so to emulate Windows, yeah, right. But they will have a great benefit. Offline speech recognition. This is what they can use, so they can use dictation to produce their translations. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't work, unfortunately. Yeah, well, unfortunately, there is no solution for complete cross-platformity, because the client, the customer, our translator then will have to invest a lot into something like a web platform, because those things are quite expensive. And another question, myself, I'm now, as an editor, I often think about this from my experience as an in-house editor.
Is it reasonable to work with separate files or to work with Google Documents when everyone could edit and work with these files? Depending on which stage you are on, we are editing already, and the translators could see what's been edited. No, translator and editor is not the team. The editors are the team here at this stage. Google Documents is an option, like I showed you here with the file export. Let me show you on the slide. This is how it looks like. Several files, you merge them together. It's available in MemoQ, in Trader Studio. You can then save bilingual Word file. It will look like a table with an English source and Ukrainian translation. And then you can upload it to Google Docs, from which point you will be able to work together as a team with this file. While translating, it's not reasonable to intervene and bother that translator. I'm sorry, you mentioned the previous comment of yours, and I felt this urge to say something. You mentioned the offline speech recognition systems. If you can, please give a couple of examples. I'm asking because this is a wonderful tool, those who work in consecutive interpreting mode, they could use this tool as a practice, as a kind of practice, and also it's useful for translation for Windows. What's good for Windows? Windows 10 version does have this inbuilt dictation tool. You just switch it on and you start working. I've never used it. I am quite a conservative translator. I'm using Windows 7 until now. But I've heard from my colleagues, Kevin Losner from Portugal is a powerful translator and tech guy. He said that Windows 10 version does have this speech recognition tool. And it's also available for exotic languages, Ukrainian included. This is one option. What's there available? MemoQ has released this extra tool for iPhone. It's called Hey MemoQ. You dictate with your voice and you see the text appearing on your screen in MemoQ software. And for your phone, there is also Swipe Plus and Android, the Swipe keyboard. You can enter text using it. How it works? You have this software, speech recognition software on your phone. It's tied to your desktop through Wi-Fi, and that's how you enter your text, your translation. Irina Lebedeva shared this know-how in her webinar. It should be available for watching somewhere online. For MacBooks, they have had the speech recognition feature for quite a while. They launched it in 2014 so far, as I'm concerned. Ukrainian, Portuguese are supported there. So not only the standard language set is available. But there is one common disadvantage or shortcoming of these systems. I mean human factor here. If you use a lot of sh, s, and other similar sounds, like in Polish, or z, j in Ukrainian, quite often these sounds are not recognized correctly, and the words are misinterpreted. So actually that's the common disadvantage of speech recognition tools. Be ready for that. On the other hand, dictation is something that keeps you focused, and your voice should be steady. You have to be calm. You have to word the phrase in your mind before you utter every word. It's not always reasonable to use it, though. Okay, thank you, Václav. We are now about to have lunch. Let me introduce Olga Dyakova. We are going to be the moderators of this track, which is called Art of Translation. I'm taking off my hat of a speaker, and now I am virtually wearing my hat of moderator. Not all the speeches of the Art of Translation will be delivered physically here in this room. Some of them will be delivered over there on the terrace because they are delivered by the remote
a manager. So we have an online speaker for Fyodor Bonche-Smolovsky, the leader of localization studio Levsha, a localization manager. It was in 2001 when Fyodor has got his first appointment for localization. Then he was a localization manager in Booker publishment, and later on he worked with Levsha. As Fyodor says, he loves getting interesting tasks, reading boring tasks. I'm sure that boring tasks is not our case. Yulia Daragan, she is a freelancer and an editor. She has got her first job in the New Year's Eve of 2000, of the year 2000. This was a new year and the start of new career. This was a book on game localization for Logros company. She has been working with Logros for 8 years in different roles, and then she was with other firms, and right now she's a freelancer. She is a grammar Nazi, experienced grammar Nazi. As she says, she studies time management and writes fanfics, and she implements it in practice. Every specialist thinks that his or her sphere is the most sophisticated one and the most unique one. And right now we will learn about sophisticated moments in the area of game localization and the ways to overcome those obstacles. Yulia, you have the floor. Actually, I wanted to get hidden behind Fyodor's broad shoulders, but I will get hidden behind this desk. Okay. Fedya, hello. May I have my presentation, please? All right. Yes, we have the presentation, and I even have a great thing we call clicker. So in the 20 years of my experience in game localization, I have got the view that game localization is kind of orphan child. Somebody asks me, what do you do? What's your occupation? And I say, I am a translator and editor. And what do you translate? If I say I translate books, they will tell me, oh, that's cool. And if I say I am a localizator, they will say, well, maybe it's cool. But if I say that I localize games, they will say, all right, I sometimes play games, but there's nothing cool about it. And those who don't play games, they say, oh, why do you need to translate games at all? And partially, yeah, it works. So partially, this orphan situation of game localization as an industry has to do with a chaotic kind of situation, because this is a literature translation, but not literature translation. This is IT localization, but not IT localization. This is a whole lot of marketing, but not only marketing. I have met colleagues who travel or who move to game localization from literature translation, but they did not cope. As you can see, our sphere is the most complicated one. Why is it so, and what is typical about our sphere? Firstly, we have a mixed kind of style. So on the one hand, we are creative guys and we make literature translation, but on the other hand, we must stick with all the requirements of localization. So we must, for example, avoid gender and so on and so forth. But unlikely many other spheres of translation, we cannot, for example, make a glossary beforehand. Every time we get a task for translation, and the information on what we actually are supposed to translate is so we learn about it only in the process, over the process of translation, and it is only in the process of the translation when we understand what shall be translated, how, and this can be done within a team, and further will help me to tell about it, I hope. And another thing, context. A game exists within a context normally. On the one hand, there are some older versions of the games, and no matter how we would want to translate mount differently, if he was a mount, he will remain mount in the newer version. On the other hand, if we have a game that follows a film or a book, we must also follow a game or a book. And if we have a Harry Potter game, we must stick to Warner Brothers version of the film. And if Bezoar was translated as Viazarova Kamin, so if it was translated as Biazar, we must stick to this particular version or option of the interpretation. And there is a gamer community. And they also argue about how we shall translate some terms. You shall translate event as event, because there is a pirate kind of, or like an illegal kind of translation, and we have been using this translation for 10 years. Otherwise, we will take insult and just won't buy anything from you. All right, let's come to the next slide. All right, what do we have? What do we have in terms of text work? So what do I do? On the one hand, we have this mixed kind of style. On the one hand, it is a literary translation with all those tips and tricks and all the language games. Sometimes we need to deal with jokes or poetry and so on and so forth. On the other hand, we have a gamer. He's got no time to read or to think. He or she must realize that this button means shoot, this button means run, this button means sword, and so on and so forth. So we need to take this particular sword and run. On the other hand, all the localization terms or all the localization requirements are in a sequence. So this is what the literature translators don't have. If, for example, a gamer shall kill gray wolves and he or she realizes that these are not gray wolves, they will be just distracted and they will be unhappy. Then we have the length restriction. For example, we have 1,000 English digits, and we must stick to this particular number, and we must consider that Cyrillic digits are heavier than English digits. And I was one time supposed to translate a whole lot of furniture items, and I was about to stick with 15 digits or symbols. Then we speak about variables, and our lines look like this. Somebody has killed somebody and has got something in return. So this must be in the nominative, as you can guess. And avoidance of the gender. This is my pain, and I must mention it separately because it is really a pain. All right, let's go. The style. On the one hand, we have a game setting. We have game setting where you are not yourself. You are a warrior or special agent or a little girl with candy or a lollipop or somebody else. So you need to be addressed the appropriate way and you speak in the appropriate style. So if you come from some fantasy reality, you cannot curse, which many translators actually forget about. So have a look. Here is a setting. You have accomplished a big quest and you are given a big sword. This is a sword with, this is an ancient sword with great great in gravity. So you have traveled from the setting to the meta text.
So this sword adds 12 to strength and 7 to agility. This text has to be as concise and understandable to the player as possible. So that's why we avoid repetition. We use synonyms, we use metaphors and indirect descriptions. So in meta text, unlike in the literature, in meta text everything has to be very strict and clear, understandable. Talking about machine translation, metatext is something that the machine could translate, and I would gladly push this job to machines. But so far, people are still cheaper to hire, and that's why we hire them. Then the proper sequence of translation. We translated from writer list. But if the same game, the vagabond meets a thief, it's not going to be so good. If they don't, if they meet in a film setting, it will be even worse than a book because you may be very confused. Oh, maybe a thief and a vagabond is the same, or is it a rogue and the thief is the same? But if you're in a cinema setting, you can't rewind back to get some proper understanding. But still, you have to avoid confusion between different beasts like gray wolves and horses. Now, the term, the vocabulary. We may have a vocabulary of 2,000 items of weapons, 1,000 items of skills and perks and scrolls, and you name it, a whole bunch of items, proper names, location names, and you have to translate all of that in a proper sequence, because in one place it's a list, in another place of the game it's just a dialogue that tells you go there and fetch me that, and you have to keep in mind what are you translating, what is this text in the, where is it in the game, it's in the text editor for you, but it's somewhere in the game. Then the vocabulary of terms, so glossary. You know, it's a tricky thing because a new patch is released and you can't always think of all the vocabulary ahead of time, because during the Game of Thrones there was a coda person, character. We meet him in the first season, and then the next time in the 5th we find out that his name stems from the hold the door as a saying, and we finally realized that initially we couldn't translate it as an engineer because it's a door holder. So door holder is a thing. We have many of such names, weird names that don't come clear for us until somewhere later in the game. So you have to figure it out and communicate between translator and editor, translator and manager, because manager has to convince the contractor, the customer, that no, Cyrillics, you can't expect the same effect from Cyrillic. If we on the other hand translate all the terms in the Latin, it's not going to be right. It's not going to look well. Can we please translate them in Cyrillic and keep these great names the way we translated them? And you have to convince the customer. Another question. So do we, again, what is the word to use? Is it an inventory or is it your kit? Is it the charisma as a character trait, or is it sociability? Because theoretically, when you translate a steed, then it's a steed, but it's a wild animal. Is it a fantasy setting? Then probably it's a mounted or a mount. But it's not only a horse that can be a mount. A dragon can also be a mount in a game, and a motorbike can be a mount. But then you have to be careful about the verbs, because your dragon doesn't ride and your motorbike doesn't breathe fire. So the proper sequence concerns also the cliches in a language. Again, we are doing this in a raid, in a very quick set of actions. So we have to understand, in a game I pick up an item. What is it? What kind of item? Can I replace my shield with this shield, or should I not do that? So when we're doing a raid in a game, a translator must understand that a health plus 20 increases your health points by 20, and you have 20 plus points to your vitality. The translator has to know what is that particular thing he's translating. So time limitations, the length restrictions, all localization professionals have seen that. It's always a challenge. And the first thing I want to say, shortening things is for sissies. It's better to avoid shortenings by using more compact syntax and more compact terms. That's why we don't always have fighting, we have a battle, not a probability but a chance. Unfortunately, I met such translations, I've encountered such translations of texts where words like you have to, or you require, or it is, or it can be found, they were translated in full length for some reason. But words like strength or experience or health and other key words for this phrase, for some reason they cut them. This is a huge mistake. So if you cut something, you have to be consistent with it. If you cut like click to or roll to damage, if you choose one type of abbreviation for something, please be consistent and don't use another abbreviation in another place. So just an example, this is the kind of text that I get sometimes as a job done to edit and to proofread. So what you have here is the phrase had a limitation of length, 300 symbols. In the end, the translator tried to use as many shortenings as he could. But syntax was not so compact. Look at what he had in this case. He didn't work on the syntax properly. Let me just hold a little bit while you're reading the text. The syntax must be absolutely compact, concise, and it should use only standardized cliches. When a player in a game can quickly skim the text, get the keywords out of this paragraph, and be able to quickly understand what's happening and what basically this text tells him. I switch the slide, right? Now my favorite quote-unquote thing. Just yesterday, when I was heading out to this conference, I was looking for a video as an example, and there was an interesting ad which said, I'm wanderlust is in English, or I'm missing the translation, because in Ukrainian the word I'm missing has a gender ending, because I'm a girl, and I meet so many texts in Ukrainian where the Ukrainian writers avoid gender endings, and I've encountered in a game or in a shop a diary, a notebook, but it's clearly for girls because it looks like kind of pink and with flowers, and it says right here what you want to become in the future. But in Ukrainian it sounds the verb has a gender ending, and I see a male gender ending. So once at a seminar, we were given a checklist. What should we expect as a copywriter? And we have a girl audience. There were 10 females coming over to learn copywriting. But the text said, what have I done so far? Have done was used with a gender ending for males. And I was just a little upset about it. And I wrote something to the author of the course, but she banned me in return. She didn't like my criticism. So what we have here, we address the player, and the player can be any gender. Secondly, a player can select any character or NPC of any gender, especially if we talk about not a gender selection, but if a gender is tied to a specific class, because you can't have a dwarf of certain type male, and you have to keep that in mind. So if we have a NPC addressing a female character, an NPC should use the proper gender nouns, gender pronouns. And if you say in Ukrainian or Russian, what have you brought me, using a female pronoun or ending, whereas it's a male character, that will create not just a sexism in your text, but just inappropriate text. Sometimes you just don't know what the character says, and sometimes we don't know what we get as a material. We take some text and we put this text into a mouth of a specific character, but we cannot know at the moment what gender, what grammar we should use right now. So what kind of methods we use? Presens historicum, that's what we use. It's a non-player, name of the player enters the room. So I test run it with a screwdriver and Masha. This is a play of words from Ukrainian and Russian. To test that something is wrong, I use screwdriver and Masha. So general names. You are a rude person. You are a pain in the butt. These are different ways to say the same thing, but keep minding what kind of character you talk to. So cliches and shortenings, if you cannot avoid them, because sometimes you can't avoid them, and you really have to cut, and you really have to shorten and abbreviate. This is how we do it. This is how it was to the left, and the right column how it becomes. If we have a separate word low, and we don't know what is it low. Low probability, it's one ending. Low difficulty is another ending in Ukrainian or Russian. So we cut it, the low for nizg, it's in Russian or Ukrainian as low without the gender ending, because it can be applied to anything, and you have no way of knowing in advance. So this is what we use. If you have done something, then we say, well, you're lucky you've done it without the gender ending. But in this case, we avoid putting the gender in the word. We try to avoid by several methods. We use general gender words, like no good or good for nothing, because good for nothing in Ukrainian is applicable to any gender. So we try and maneuver around it. And the last example here is not about a person, it's about a thing, inanimate object. And we don't know which gender is this inanimate object, so we neutralize it quite legitimately. Now, avoiding variables. Here's another time we encounter this phrase. Normally, some 70% the game consists of these kind of phrases, partially because variables are represented as parameters that a designer may not know in advance. It can be a player name that they introduce in the code, or it can be a race or a class that a player selects, and the designer has not yet implemented that, so it can be just a temporary statistics. Sometimes it's a typical repeatable phrase that is repeated all over the text many times, and the developer is too lazy to say touch an oven to get bread, or touch a workshop to get tools, or touch wood to get planks. He says touch this to get this. So instead this and this, he will set variables, nouns in a nominative case, and the developer is too lazy to help us somewhat. On the other hand, if you get an X of screwdrivers, then X can equal either 1 or 4 screwdrivers, or it's 10 screwdrivers, different gender ending. And we don't know in which case it will stay in the text. And you have to avoid these gender endings. If it's something typical, something very redundant, we can cut it. But sometimes we have to be really tricky in trying to avoid it. This is how sometimes we do. Here, with bold, you can see words that are replaced, that replace the variable in the text. So if we translate X, you've got X as you've got shovel singular. Then we use the singular. If you touch the kitchen 4 times, kitchen has a different gender ending, and we don't use it. This is how I frequently see the way text looks. You should avoid that, especially this one. Raz-a. This is the easiest way, and it works well with legal, normal kind of text, technical texts. But if it's a game, then again, we try and translate in a literary way. No, better not do that. It's better cut and shorten instead. And use touch no less or more than 3 times, or just 3x times in Ukrainian or Russian.
Again, I will just stay here and show you the slide and let you read it, because I have been preparing for an hour or so. Yes, everyone shall admire this slide. So what we don't want, but we have to do, what stands under this title. This is a frequent thing. Normally, we are supposed to do it like that. And if we can do it like that, I am happy. I hope that you have admired this slide, and I hope that you liked it. I gave my best. Okay, the specificity of the material. On the one hand, so this is in terms of translator skills. If a medical translator or oil and gas translator can study their topic thoroughly and keep working within this particular topic, we are supposed to be the source called scanners, because today we translate a game on a medieval age. Tomorrow we translate a game on hockey, and the day after tomorrow we translate a game on World War II. So our most important skill is to be able to Google quickly enough and to be able to use the slang dictionary and to have as many specialized dictionaries as possible and to Google quickly. But even though it is clear that every game is unique, but some things are systematic, and we know that attack is the probability to hit the target. We know what power is, what health is, what endurance is, and we can understand approximately how a game works. And we realize this is a typical fantasy with a very complicated scenario and complicated story. And this is a typical Chinese thing, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. And an experienced translator understands that game is a systematic thing. I used to have a colleague who translated a seaside game, and there was a dossier on all the team members, and the translation went as an application form with the color of the eyes, and it said blue black or green black. Then fair brown, and then brown brown. And he said, my colleague said, I don't know what means brown eyes, hazel eyes, and what means brown hair. And I told her, well, my colleague, you just translated blue and black. So this is a sign that the translator doesn't have a clue about the systematic nature of this translation. Okay, the context. The context influences us. So the older versions of the game influence us. The fandom of the game influences us. So the fans are already used to some kind of things. And connected pieces of creativity, they also influence us. So Bayazar is Bayazar, and you can do nothing about it. People are just used to it. And here is where I give the floor to Fyodor. Thank you very much, Yulia. Let me start my presentation. Can you hear me, guys? I hope you can hear me. All right. If you cannot hear me, please let me know. We can hear you, Fyodor. We can hear you well. Great. All right. You must not only hear me, but see me. And I must start with the very slide that Yulia stopped on and go on. All right. Yulia spoke about how our work looks from the view of a translator, and I will speak about my story from the point of the management. Surely management of game localization has very much in common with translation management and management as such, but there are some specific features that I would like to mention and go deeper into detail. Okay, let's go on. Well, let's start. So, in the first place, management. Sometimes people, or often people, call themselves localization project manager, but knowing what we deal with, things we deal with is not project management, but crisis management. So I have stolen this slide from a presentation of my colleague, who is a more experienced manager, Mikhail Schmidt, who has done his PhD on this particular topic. So if you are a localization manager or a localization manager on the side of the agency, you have little influence on the deadlines and on the decision makers. You are rather as a tennis player who plays with a tennis automate machine. So some tasks just fly on you, and you need to come up with an idea how you shall tackle this task. It doesn't happen every day. But if we consider the shift of the game development to agile methodology, in the direction of agile methodology, it looks like people have written some sprint, and we must quickly translate it. We cannot see the bigger picture. And the team gets nervous because the team doesn't understand anything. The team gets confused. You as manager get confused. And this is a stressful kind of thing. And you just have to get used to it, especially if you are an old school localization manager of the 90s or early 2000s, when you have got the project and you calmly get down to it and start working on it. This is a different story. All right, let me tell you a little bit about the teamwork. Julia has spoken about it a little bit, and let me use the opportunity to make an analogy to the already mentioned Game of Thrones manager. So any manager is a kind of Jon Snow. His task is to help tackle problems that fly on you, and they will keep flying on you. There will be much of text and very strict deadlines and problems, issues with formats and amount of information, which Julia already mentioned. But managers are a very diverse folk. If we take the sphere of game localization, so this is some kind of meme on the one side, but as you know, a joke has a joke in it. So people that have to do with games, they are normally creative and very sensitive. And you must be very accurate in communications and moderate the discussions in terms of words you choose. And you must prepare your team for things that are not 100% comfortable. But we must do it the way that the team can tackle it and work as a team to make a very good game localization. And you must share the pain with your team that very often it cannot be a good result out of the reason that Julia already mentioned and I'm going to mention further on. And one of the reasons being can be seen on the slide. This is a screenshot of a game. It is clear. So you can see some houses, some units, everything is written. So you can see a word house under the house and what the translator sees. So for the translator, it is kind of shock, especially when people come to this sphere, to this area from some fan communities who are used to hate the localizer teams. All right, so I will not tie you with this story. We, as Julia already mentioned, have very few contacts. So one of the main tasks of the manager in game localization to give the team as much context as possible to let people work like that. Sometimes it is just impossible. I will show you a screenshot. I hope it is seen on the screen, but to be on the safe side, I will retell it. So You can see in the upper part a question from the contractor to the manager, and lower below you may see the questions from the manager to the translator. So it can sometimes happen when there is no channel of communication, and it is painful, and it is very painful to transfer these kind of answers, replies to the teams when you realize that nobody is going to help you. But these things happen, and if you want to be a game localization manager, you must get used to this kind of situation. So another part of the story is as follows: to be able to effectively prepare files for the team to work on them and to fulfill the task I already mentioned. So to give the team maximum of a context and don't disturb the team, you must prepare the files and be a little bit of an engineer. In many companies, they have engineers among their staff members, but this does not always happen. And if you have an engineer, you must give the engineer a very clear assignment, the way that the engineer understands what he or she is supposed to do. So this is one of the examples I would like to give you. So you may see a Word document. There is some formatting there. You can see a piece where it is written what they have to translate, what they don't have to translate, and on the right, this is the same document in the translation software source. So there are locked pieces which are not supposed to be translated, and the not locked pieces shall not be translated. This is a simple example. There are more complicated examples. So this is a quite normal table. Again, if you want to work in this area, you must get used to the fact that the game is a program, and the game data are stored in databases. And what you have as an input will be Excel, CSV, or any kind of other databases. So normally it is an Excel database. So this is an Excel database, an extract from a game you need to translate. As you may see, there are many columns here. An unexperienced person can give it all to translators, although not everything, in fact very few things, need to be translated here. A frequent situation is when people decide, here we have the original text, we need to get it translated, we don't need anything. And this is the way we lose critical context, which we need necessarily for a good localization. So you need to analyze these files, you need to look at them. As you may see, in red, there are parts which must be in the resources for the translator and editor teams. And again, so this is again a screenshot from MemSource software. So we have left a line for translation, and there is a context. So we have a sound file that we can possibly listen to if we have questions. We know who is speaking, what is the situation, and what's the context. So this is the way we make our job easier. But this is still not the maximum amount of the context, but it is still more than a situation if we just see the word help without any context. We don't know who is saying help and under what circumstances. Okay, let's go on.
Since we never have the full context, and we get this context, we accumulate it as we work, we have to communicate with each other. We have to communicate with each other a lot. We have to communicate with the developers a lot if they do communicate with us. Here's on this screenshot, this is a typical questions and answers file of communication with developers. It looks like a Google table. or it's just an Excel. But it's a pain to collect these Excels into some kind of clear body of information. And the best way is to use a Google Doc where editors and translators write questions and then designers pop up and answer those questions. Below, you have a screenshot with card system. Trial version and Notion. It's a tool that we use. Everybody uses different tools, but the idea is that as we work on a project, it's very good for you to have a unified, clear repository of information where all of your editors and translators, in an ideal situation, also a customer can be there answering some kind of questions. And all that information is stored there, all the information's cleared, all the questions cleared, all the problems, references to game design, doc, the screenshots, everything is there. And everything that we have found out as we worked on the project. For instance, if we work with a big project, then somebody may have a piece of text where part of the information is not explained about a particular character. And another part of the text, it is then disclosed and described. So somebody stumbled upon it, gave this answer to everybody. Now everybody knows that this particular character has this context in this situation, and all the team now knows this context, and the work is now much better and much more consistent. So to wrap up this part of the information and communications, when we sent all of that by mail in the year 2020, it's can be compared to quill and an ink, using email. There are many more ways to pass information and to collaborate on information nowadays rather than just an email, especially in game localization. In our industry, mostly it's distributed teams and freelancers hired to do this project. If we sit in one room and use whiteboard, talking to each other, it's one way of working. But this is 2020. We have to use different tools, much more flexible tools, to store and process information. These are some kind of the names that I'm using quite frequently, but we might talk about platforms in a different conversation. I just wanted to point out that it's super important tools that you can use that can deliver a job. And that's where the manager has to know for localization purposes, to organize a proper, quick, and understandable communication between all the team members and everybody involved. So now to wrap up what I've been telling you, I quote the Stephen King, whom I love and respect so much. It works in general in life, and it works in any management situation. It works in any translation project situation, and it works in a game localization situation. When you want to manage something or organize something, you have to always be prepared for a failure, for something going wrong. Something will break. The translators will fail to deliver on deadline. You will be held responsible. You have to figure out the way to deliver a project with all these complications on your way. So, Julia, pass you the floor to wrap up our presentation. Thank you, Fedor. So I hope you now have an idea that game localization, you should better go to do something else than game localization. It's terrible. Don't go there. We are short. We have a great competition for any vacancy, so don't go there. Do you have any questions? Thank you. It was very interesting because I was not much informed about your industry. Thank you. My question is, could you share if you have some internal tricks? How do you do quality control, quality assurance of a project? Who's doing the proofreading? Who's responsible in the end for the final product? Because so that you avoid the situation you had gray wolves one part of the game and suddenly they turn into forest wolves in a second part of the game. Thank you. So usually it's either one publishing editor or chief editor, right, Fedor? Am I right? Well, Julia, you can answer the way you see it from your side of the work, and I will then say what I see. For me, as an editor who sends to the customer our final version of translation, already proofread and very consistent translation. On the other hand, after that, the manager, well, sometimes they read after us, sometimes they are the final proofreaders, sometimes. Then there are some updates and corrections from the customer if they are. Sometimes, well, usually it's an Excel table that they send. Here's English, here's your translation, and we have to do this, the third column. And the fourth column, explanation why. But usually I am, as an editor, I get that. And as an editor, I say, why? Because here, if you do this, it's going to work differently in terms of neutrality of your gender. Here, with this thing that you want, we have a limitation. We can't go the way you want. This is the most concise translation possible. Here, yeah, this is, we screwed up here. We accept that. This is a matter of taste, but if you like it, okay, but don't take it as a bug, please. So that's how the communication goes. And then I send it, this final response file through the manager back to the customer. Well, I can comment a little bit, replying to the initial question, who's responsible for the final quality assurance? In reality, often nobody is responsible in a true sense. There's a publishing house. The publishing house has to publish the game on a certain market. And they have a localization and they have a testing. In my internal understanding, localization without testing doesn't exist. And you should test everything, absolutely. But at the same time, there can be different bad options. You know, there's no good option. In this current market, there are just different bad options. First bad option is there's no testing whatsoever. We just compile the version and nobody knows what's there. Does it work? Do the variables work? Do the fonts work? They're nice. There is consistency. Nobody knows. That's the first bad option. The second bad option is slightly better than the previous one. When you get the testers to play test everything in their own community without any connection to the translator team. They're in a different world. So they play it, test it, they edit it. They're great play testers, but they're outside of the context which the translation guys did. So instead of doing together, making a great localization together, they start arguing, they start fighting and bickering. And there are all kinds of weird editings from both sides. And since nobody wants to leak some information or to share something they don't want to share, the testers are in a bubble. They are not communicating with the outside world. You know, the AAA big projects, high-level blockbuster games, the testers there, they tested somewhere in a nuclear underground vault where there's no internet, no phone, and they're blindfolded. Okay, I'm joking, they're not, but they physically cannot communicate with anyone. They just pass everything to their coordinator. The coordinator passes this to their own coordinator, and then through a bunch of coordinators, it arrives to the translator team. So how it works slowly, and secondly, a lot of information is getting lost. So that's the second bad option. And of course, the manager, for me, it was, I was terrified because you put everything you could in there, but in the end it's just crap. You haven't seen a build, and it doesn't work. But there's a better option. When you work in an internal localization department where you have everybody together, translators, editors, testers. So I know only one publishing house where they have this great localization. I don't see it much around the market anywhere else. Maybe I'm mistaken, but hopefully I answered your question. Are there any more questions? Then I have a question. You said that localizing games is an orphan, that not many people understand what's the value of it. I personally understand full well the importance of this industry. One of the admirers of this industry is my son, and sometimes I hear him scream, "Oh, I know how to use naked flesh in this game because the translator translated it in a weird way." So users add different new slang to this. So where can a slang get into a legitimate language? So sometimes it's up to the situation. Like the word harya, which is a bad face or ugly face. When they use this kind of word, I don't like it. But in one game where I participated as one of the editors, there were bodybuilders. Oh, there were cultists. And I got so confused because if we're talking about meta text, we have a setting of a game. We seem to be elves with swords in hand, and we act within a certain plot. That's one thing. But there's a meta text which says plus 12 to health, or they use different slang words for stats, for different stats. And sometimes it sounds well, and I would allow that. But cultists, they were suddenly in a setting, so servants of a certain cult. In Russian, the word has a different other connotation. So for me, as I said, this is the final line. You don't have to put so much slang in a proper game setting. So charisma, to use the Russian word harya, which is a ugly face, instead of charisma, that's one thing, and I wouldn't allow that. Thank you. Next presentation will be in 10 minutes on a terrace, and it's going to be dedicated to International Students Project, about how students from 3 countries as volunteers translate complex texts about genetics.
Hello, everyone. We go on with the interpreting track, and the next speech will be from Svetlana Bregman. She is the coordinator of interpreter team, and she is a wonderful interpreter and one of the initiator of the interpreters code of conduct, but we will not go ahead the time. And right now, Svetlana is going to have a speech on the quality of
Hello. So I'm delighted to be speaking to you here today. And I decided to focus on quality in the first place, and I structured this presentation into two parts. In the first part, I will provide a definition for quality in interpreting as I see it, what I suggest including into this concept, and I will try to present different perspectives on quality in simultaneous interpretation, on quality in an interpreting booth. In the second part, I will talk about an interesting, peculiar psychological phenomenon that might stand in the way of quality for interpreters. But before I get down to business, I would like to have a short introduction and explain why I think I qualify to talk about these topics to you. My name is Svetlana Bregman, and I'm a freelance interpreter. I've been doing this for almost 20 years now, and I have worked in the commercial market of Ukraine with English and Ukrainian as working languages for various types of employers and clients who obviously set their own requirements for their interpreting assignments at different times. And when I say when I try to identify myself, I mean, well, let's play with words a little bit. I for interpreter, because I've been doing this for quite a long time, and what's more, it's been very intense. I for insider, because I've been there in the booth, and I'm in the booth all the time inside and take this important biased or unbiased perspective when I talk about quality in simultaneous. And I for imposter. This is quite a provocative term for many conference interpreters who are usually high achievers. And in the end, I would like to suggest another decoding options for these eyes, but I'll keep it till the end. So, on the one hand, quality is a rather relative concept, and it meets the provisionally adopted criteria in a provisional community in a certain time. You want to comply with a certain level of quality to get a job. You need to comply with a certain level of quality for a specific assignment, for certain remuneration, maybe, or for professional recognition. Let me share a little story with you, but there are no names attached, of course. When I started exploring the topic quite a long time ago, I encountered numerous publications, academic research papers, and what's not. They were mostly focused on quality in interpreting in the learning context, in education. And my academic fellows at that time, they smashed the idea. They claimed that a booth with simultaneous interpreters is not a factory. It's not a plant with a conveyor lines to talk about quality assurance. What kind of steps can you talk about that could be repetitive and similar at all times? If these are just, free artists, they do whatever comes to their mind in their elite settings or whatever. Well, I might have been unlucky with the environment where I got to hear that, but it didn't discourage me, not at all. Other communities of researchers, different schools of thought, they could have held a different stance, and I tried to find it, because I actually managed to find a proof. Because, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Of course, when you talk about quality, you talk about the specific terms that are usually associated with this phenomenon. But in my humble opinion, it is needless to mention any of the specific lists, maybe the renowned organizations or professional associations, with all my due respect to them, to refer to the specific criteria that you must rely on. The standards that various organizations promote, they are obviously based on the needs of the specific community of professionals in a certain period of time, in certain settings. And today, we are facing the crucial change of reality, the crucial change of the world order in general, and it will affect this profession, among others, by all means. And we have to talk about quality that usually falls victim to the adverse external factors such as recession, unemployment, fierce competition for resources. This is why let us talk about quality. I do not want it to lose its important role in the booth. And I would like to get to the basics. And I have to quote the golden rules of interpreting. Of course, I quoted from the famous source and Roderick Johns, going back to the publication of Conference Interpreting Explained. I might have quoted the others, but I believe this is quite an exhaustive list. But the point is that the substantial amount of research work has been done on the quality assurance of conference interpreting, yielding the useful guidelines for the selection of interpreters, for example, or for the training of interpreters mostly. Interpreting, basically, and I posit, denotes the facilitating of oral communication between different languages. And this is my key foundation that I'm based on when I talk about the other things in interpreting. Conference interpreters who work behind the scene in the soundproof booth, they are the core members of the team that facilitate the multilingual communication process. And very often, as you might know, the quality of the conference interpreters' work affects the quality and efficiency of communication at conferences in general. Well, still not so long time ago, the research literature was booming with discussions about quality assessment in interpreting in relation to interpreter education, rather. But I believe in this profession we're also talking about the CPD, the continuous professional education, development all the time. So it's always about the learning, it's the lifelong process. But to ensure the quality of interpreting, assessment is necessary in both the professional practice and in the training, in the education, whatever form you take. In the field of professional practice, assessment shall be a planned activity, to my mind, for the quality assurance of interpreting services. And basically, my important statement is that this is not the simple activity, because in professional settings in particular, assessment is more than simply giving marks or grades. And we are trying to experiment with this during this conference, trying to figure out how to provide the peer review. But also, I would like to talk about the challenges in assessing interpreting performance, because unlike translation, or other types of tests that may leave a paper trail for assessment purposes. You can then read it in and out, criticize or praise. The interpreter's work is actually ephemeral in nature. After a conference or a meeting, on most occasions, there is little record of what the interpreters have done, except for the impressions, the footprints that people may have after listening to the interpretation. And this makes quality assurance as well as the interpreting assessment difficult to carry out. Today, however, in the world of pervasive online formats, interpreting performance is more exposed, and it is more exposed to the lasting impressions, and most online events are recorded, even video recorded, live streamed, they are posted online, either for public access, or even when they are posted for the limited group of people, but it is carved in stone now. And it is not that evanescent any longer. Basically, the issue of quality or quality assessment is becoming more relevant than ever. I do not intend to focus on interpreting examinations on test interpretations, on job interviews, or contests, on competitions, because they obviously have their own set of quality criteria to comply with, to qualify. Instead, I would like to talk about the specific perspective. The perspectives, several perspectives actually, the perspectives from within the booth and the perspective an interpreter takes to assess oneself. Actually, the task is certainly challenging, especially in the real conference settings like today. And of course, the first question that we need to focus on, we need to understand how and what to assess. Because if you understand how and what to assess, it helps you to sort of ground this somewhat ephemeral nature of simultaneous interpretation in the process of assessment. And usually the key and most common comparison is to compare the original and the interpretation. At least it is easy to understand, it is common, it is the most common approach when you try to compare things. You compare the two, the original and the interpretation. However, I suggest thinking about the client or user or a customer or an employer perspective, and let us think basically about the intended audience. In fact, a person listening to the original usually can hardly understand the original language. That is why they cannot compare them, but they are quite able to assess the final output. So I suggest we are taking the perspectives from the following points of view, trying to understand what the client can assess. Obviously, the client, the one who perceives the user, the interpretation, they are trying to figure out whether there have been any excessive cognitive load, like how well this was perceived, did they have to strain extra. They are trying to assess whether there have been any excessive informational load, like trying to figure out was it understandable enough or not. And they're trying to understand and assess whether there has been any excessive communicative load, like has this message provoke the same response that was intended by the original speaker. If we take the perspective of the employer and try to understand what they assess, I believe these are the most common things they're trying to focus on, such as they're trying to figure out whether the interpreter fulfilled their function during the event, maybe pursuant to the contract, maybe there were some obligations stipulated in the service contract. They're trying to assess whether the participants, I mean the users of this simultaneous interpretation, were satisfied with this product. Like, has there been any complaints coming? They're trying to focus on the fact whether the employer was satisfied. And this is the criteria for them to claim the interpreting was of high quality, or of the quality they were satisfied with. So basically trying to understand have they received what they expected. If we talk about another perspective, which is the perspective of a booth mate, the colleague working with you in a booth, they are trying to focus on the other things, obviously. They are trying to focus on these language-related issues, like whether the content was complete, whether there was the consistency of terminology because it's relevant to them, because they are taking shifts and during their respective sessions, it's important to them, it's defining for their own choices in interpretation. They're trying to focus on the delivery, but it was convenient for them to work as part of the team. And of course, well, I suggest adding this subjective criteria, however important for a booth mate, in my opinion, which is the reliability. Whatever, I'm not going to go into details what I think that is, but I believe we could have an interesting discussion about that. But this is not it, because I suggest we also take another perspective, and this is the perspective of an interpreter himself or herself, how they are trying to self-assess. You might think that I just copy-pasted the other slides, and you're not wrong, because these are the same first three criteria that I listed here. like the completeness of content. Obviously, you do when you interpret, you focus on these language-related issues, content-related issues, and what's not, on the terminology, on the delivery. But also, the last one is a different. An interpreter themselves, they are trying to focus on this feeling of self-satisfaction about the performance that they had in the booth. As we can see, these are very different requirements to quality, depending on the perspective. And even when we have the same way to name them, staying in different shoes implies different feelings and different sense of impression. Finding oneself in such a confusing environment with the multitude of criteria, it is easy to fall onto the trap. And I call this trap of the so-called imposter syndrome. And now, in the second part of my presentation, I would like to talk a couple of words about the imposter syndrome in interpreting, in simultaneous interpreting as such. It is a psychological phenomenon which is quite common in the workplace, any workplace in general. And the symptoms are such feelings such as the absence of belongingness, and this is the most common feeling symptom, so to say. I didn't invent this. It was discovered in psychology by Dr. Susan Imes and Dr. Pauline Rose Clance back in 1970. But I tried to really match it with the interpreting setting, with the simultaneous interpretation. It is a real occurrence, and it may lead to a serious anxiety, even to depression, which is not uncommon among many of the colleagues I know. What is most interesting, that the feeling is most common among the high achievers. They feel less their earned credits might result from mere luck. I was just lucky to be so successful in interpreting. Maybe it was just, the serendipity. Moreover, they might not be able to appreciate and to celebrate the achievements they have earned. And they have earned them through the many years of hard work and effort, but they're just not able to appreciate them. It generates the feeling of insecurity, and it might seriously undermine your career in the long run, because it affects the quality of your delivery, of your performance as an interpreter. I do believe that by naming the types of imposter syndrome in interpreting, we can be able to recognize and to manage the symptoms or the feeling of defeat that you might feel. It is commonly known that by classifying things, we can gain better control of them. Let's try. I actually relied on the classifications in psychology. There are many of them, but the one suggested by the researcher Ali appeals most to me. And I would like to suggest my version as applied to interpreters. So I highlighted the 5 different types of imposters in interpreting, and I will try to characterize them and to give some coping techniques. And this is just for your judgment, and I'm really open for any of your comments. So this is the hair splitter, which just give me a second, I will explain them all. I also invented the names. This is the black belt, so-called black belt. The rock star, or maybe we can call it in German, I don't speak German, the Übermensch, whatever. The lone wolf, and the rough diamond. And I suggest we try to understand what I imply by them. Okay, how do I go on? Yeah, the hair splitter. So it is by far the most common type of imposters in interpreting, in my opinion. They do not see any flaws because they posed very high goals for themselves, and they are very careful for details. When they get an interpreting assignment, they actually go above and beyond to get ready, to get prepared. They go and dig into the guidebooks, encyclopedia, to compile the most profound glossary possible, to be able to do any word quiz on this topic later on, even though it might take a week, to prepare for the 2-hour assignment. Of course, there are unavoidable losses, because this interpreter tends to self-correct all the time during the delivery in the performance, trying to outperform themselves every time. I believe you could hear many times, like they repeat several terms, synonyms, because I know them. They feel like using every possible synonym for terms they have thoroughly excavated before, and they just have to shoot them. It creates an impression with the listeners, with the users, the impression of doubt and uncertainty, like the opposite impression. The hair splitter loses on quality of interpretation because of that. When they fail, they start to blame themselves. Like, I should have read more into this topic. I promise when I come back home, the first thing I do, I maybe read the book that the speaker mentioned. I might need this. I just want to be safe for next time, etc. And they are, giving themselves the hard time. And hair splitters keep penalizing what went wrong because they have a hard time understanding what success is, where it stops, and how to enjoy it. Every time they think they could have done better. And they torture themselves because of that. Ever seen that? Been there? I suggest the following tips. Well, just live the day. Enjoy the moment, because mistakes in interpreting are often attributable to many external factors. Certain peculiarities inherent to the languages themselves, etc. Linguistic background, knowledge about maybe language interference, they might help to explain these things to you as a hair splitter, as a kind of imposter in interpreting. And they may help you feel more secure like that. Try to rely more on your booth partner. This could help. Sometimes it may work wonders to delegate the task, to distribute the parts of the glossary among yourselves. Share. It will give you new experience and new skills. And try to be able to appreciate every successful solution, like a little step at a time.
Svetlana, I hate to interrupt you here. I'm really enjoying your classification of imposters, but you just have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
1 minute for each type. 4.
Great.
Right. So the next one is the black belt, as I call it. So the black belt interpreters, they expect themselves to know everything, otherwise they feel shame because they think it is the biggest failure not to know everything. And they believe the key interpreter's competence is about what and how much they know. They tend to have the fear of being called incompetent. They usually seek out for certifications, more and more trainings, webinars on their checklist to improve their skill, etc. Well, there is nothing wrong with enhancing yourself with new skills all the time, especially when we talk about the continuous professional development. But the black belts, they actually hardly ever believe that they have all the skills for the specific assignments. They would rather not ask for clarifying questions. They are afraid of looking stupid. That's why they don't. And then silently suffer from uncertainty and the multiple answers they assume for themselves, but they not necessarily are true. The unavoidable losses would be that even though these experts might learn all the terms and be the real experts, they might miss out on the professional jargon. I mean, something which is context bound, because they would never ask. They would never ask on the site or be able to admit they might be wrong or not know anything. They might actually sound very self-conceited, too self-reliant in their interpretation. And in the booth, they would never dare taking a look on their booth partner's glossary or taking a help. As to the tips, I suggest the following. Just, there is no shame for ignorance. Just ask, don't assume. The other one is this rock star type of imposter symptoms that you might feel as an interpreter. Because when we measure quality and successful performance, these rockstar interpreters, they usually push themselves to the extremes. They stay up late, they take up tons of jobs to prove others that they are not imposters. They do not think the time for hobbies or downtime is good. This is just a waste of time, They would rather work instead. And these workaholics, they seek validation from working, not from the work itself. The unavoidable losses would be there. They can't reject job offers. They tend to accept low-end jobs. They eventually get physically and cognitively exhausted, and they kill the quality in interpreting, inevitably. And they get easily irritated in the booth or when talking to a client. The tips, well, please enjoy the tips, but my key message is that there shall be the mindful approach to understanding elements of each type of service you offer. Some financial literacy might help because you don't want to have the 22 days in a month booked, because you might consider working for higher fees but with a fewer days, and this financial literacy might be a tip. The other type is the lone wolf, as I call it. It's the soloist version. You know them. Have you ever faced this issue with some interpreter colleagues taking up the regular assignments, performing without a partner all day long, like 8 hours? Yes, they can accomplish the task on their own, even the difficult one. No, it's not for money. It's just to prove their worth to themselves mostly. And it kills your quality eventually, and it exhausts you. Their unavoidable losses, obviously, as I listed them, and they tend not to ask for help. They think it's shameful to ask for help. That is why they cannot provide enough arguments to the client, who might ignorantly demand one interpreter for the assignment, etc. They might well feel they can manage this 8-hour-long simultaneous, etc. But the cognitive load might prevent them even from noticing the mistakes and this lost quality. The tips? Well, if this is you, remember that we all need help every now and then. And the commercial market of freelance interpreting in Ukraine does have the professional community. It might not be as uniform and systematic, but you definitely have your coterie. So nobody will judge if you ask for help from your colleagues. Everyone else is doubting themselves too. Seek for help, ask questions, and this can help you find out more about them than about yourself, and you start making a really positive contribution to the collaborative space that you work in. And the rough diamond type, well, this person is very concerned with when accomplishments happen, and they measure tasks with speed and ease instead of effort. The faster it takes for them to finish the task, the more they associate the competence with success. They feel shameful if it took them a long time to prepare for an interpreting. If you have to prepare, you probably are an imposter, because interpreters shall be naturally genuine and just do it. Of course, there are unavoidable losses for that, because these people, they might be well equipped with skills, but they think that they don't need to exert so much effort in a project or a task. If they do, they feel this is actually the imposter or not good enough. And they start to doubt their worth eventually. They start to doubt their value, and they begin to procrastinate. That's another unavoidable loss in this case. And you put off a project on hold for the fear that they may not be able to complete it anyway in a given time. Or maybe they're going to exert all of the effort and they're not accustomed to that, and that's why they feel incompetent. The tips? Well, take a step at a time. Accomplishing great things takes a lot of effort, and you just have to admit it. And it involves skill building all the time. No natural talent will survive forever. Since I'm pressed for time, I would just switch to conclusions. Because I believe the imposter symptoms come from various factors, such as childhood memories, family upbringing, home, school environment, what's not, and maybe even behavioral traits. This syndrome may not have to do with fear of getting caught by other people, but also the fear of not being able to become who you believe you should in interpreting, right? When we talk about how do you see the successful interpreter, you have certain criteria in mind. You have to know that it's natural to feel self-doubt in moments when you think you didn't do your best, but it's crucial not to get this thinking in your way. Otherwise, it can limit your courage to open up to new opportunities that are actually available out there. You have to enjoy your role as an interpreter. You keep being hired as an interpreter because the clients see you worthy of it. They have their quality criteria, and you do qualify if they hire you. And this degree of positive response and reinforcement, it can actually help you and other people who are going through such a difficult time in their professional lives. They can help them pull themselves out. That's it. And this statement that I really am trying to posit all the time about this mindful approach about what you do, understanding why you do this, can improve your quality of performance. And then when you talk about your identity as an interpreter, you can have this I for identity. I know I am the interpreter, and I don't know what it means, and I know what it requires from me. It's the incentive to learn more and to improve your specific things that you need to improve at this time. And it's an I for an impetus. The impetus to move forward and to actually feel yourself absolutely fine in this role of an interpreter, even though you are over there in the back of the room behind the glass. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. That was
Плано. Це було
of imposters. I think that at every time in our career, all of us felt as imposters. So I think that was close to home. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. Але зараз я буду вже представляти нашого наступного доповідача. От часто кажуть, що перекладач – це невидима професія.
Say that the interpreter is an invisible kind of profession, and one of my group mates told me this is a professional without face. But even more invisible is another profession. This is the sound engineer. Still, many people think that it goes by itself. This is the first time in the history of Ukrainian industry of translation and interpreter where we give the floor to the sound engineer. Dmitro Kryzhanivsky, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to see you. Hopefully my presentation will be interesting and useful to you. So let's wait for the show. So it's not a pretentious title of my presentation so much, but as Anya said, many people think that that's the way it happens, the translation, I mean, and the equipment. I often encounter a situation where people take that receiver during the event and tell me, can I go to another negotiation and use it? And they're surprised when I tell them it's not the device that interprets, it's the person behind the booth. And I'm not criticizing those people, but it's just a sign of the fact that even in the 21st century, and everybody seems to be technology savvy, but they sometimes don't understand these simple things. So the machine translation, the booths, I know how difficult it is to translate and interpret puns and jokes and word combinations and wordplay. But how conference interpreting looks like from the eyes of the user, the listener. It's the equipment, the transceivers or receivers and transmitters, and the table with equipment and the booth. But those who organize an event and interpret it themselves, the interpreting on an event looks more difficult, sophisticated. It's more equipment. It's communications, it's commutations, it's a mixer, it's a booth, of course, it's a system unit. But in truth, the equipment for simultaneous interpreting, it can be of different types, various types. And it's the most forgotten now type of equipment is induction equipment. It's when you lay out the perimeter of the room a thick wire, an induction pair, and the interpreters only work within this perimeter. I remember I started working with this equipment back in the early 90s. Now it's pretty much forgotten, but I was surprised recently. I visited one of the websites of world-level vendors of equipment, and turns out they still build this equipment. In Ukraine, it's already considered obsolete, but the benefit is that it's very protected from tapping, from wiretapping, because the signal only exists within this perimeter that you lay out on the sides. Behind this perimeter, you cannot tap into this communication, only if you tap into the wire itself. So even infrared equipment can be tapped through windows. Induction signal remotely is not tappable, but as I said, they no longer use this induction technology. There are another two types of equipment more known. That's what we use today. It's radio equipment with radio receivers and transmitters, and the third type, infrared. There's a bias that any new equipment is better than equipment that came before. No, it's not right. The principle can change, but the equipment is still the equipment. Induction equipment, it transmits the signal, it fulfills the function, no worse than a radio or infrared. You know, there were first cars. They were very simple, robust, and you have to use a crank. Then there came better cars that are ignited with a button push. Tesla car is an e-car. So all of these vehicles, they are vehicles. They transport you from A to B. The same can be said about equipment for simultaneous interpretation. It's either induction or radio or infrared. Its job is to transmit the translated or interpreted information from the booth to the listeners and sometimes back. It's just that the signal algorithm, the transmission algorithm can be changed. Infrared is basically radiation. Don't be afraid of the word radiation. It's just a number of diodes that emit energy in a heat range. Some people, you know, they get scared if they hear the word transmitter. It's just a modulated light in a range a little higher than the wavelength of warm energy of heat. It's like a very soft solar radiation, so nothing to be scared about. So this is how the general layout of the room where simultaneous interpreting takes place. That's how it looks like. So the layout, you see there are microphones, there is the PA, the public address systems, there are booths, there are portable booths, there are inbuilt booths. Some people criticize portable booths and they say there should be a proper booth like a building. Well, as interpreters say, it depends. It depends on the result you want to get. It depends on the venue. It depends on the format. It depends on what you want to get out of the event. Of course, you want everything to be perfect, but sometimes the circumstances stand in the way from having a perfect event. And when we say, if you don't have a royal paper for your letter, use a regular paper. So what comes next is panel. Is a panel for interpreter. Well, this is a device that we all know. We touch it every day when we go to work. But there's a caveat. There's a nuance here, because when sometimes there's a question, you have the wrong machine, you have the wrong mixer, or your technician did something wrong. You know, we see here these mixers, these panels of different vendors. Why I put them on this slide? This is a control panel. These are the two most widely spread control units, with a microphone that is attachable and detachable, and another mixer for wires and headphones to be externally plugged in. I'm not going to be naming those vendors so that there's no product placement here, but The question why sometimes, I'm not hiding my irony when they say, you use such a minimalistic unit. Girls and boys, colleagues, I specifically took my unit to show you here. This has minimum of buttons and knobs because we work through professional mixing boards. I'm not just boasting, I'm just telling you that there are different approaches. This approach on the screen, this is delivered from professional vendors. They minimize the amount of equipment you have to put in a venue, but they make your work more complex. They minimize the amount of equipment, but you have to deliver more work. You have to, because there's no such work with equipment where you don't have to adjust anything. There are different voices of interpreters, there are different signals, there's interference. The internet gives you one quality of a signal and the level of a signal. The microphones can give you a different kind of feed, different kind of signal. So a technician or an engineer from time to time, either way, has to adjust something and tweak the knobs.